seen, and go for the endless screams. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Make your second bathroom second to none with up to 40% off select online bath at the Home Depot. Subject to availability. Visit HomeDepot.com for details.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there. We got a lot happening today. Sixers opener tonight, fresh off the exciting news that Joel Embiid and Paul George will not play. You heard that yesterday. Are the Sixers contenders? We watched the Celtics last night kick the living beep out of the Knicks. Wasn't even a fair fight. Do we watch the Celtics and just say, look, the Sixers made some improvements, but let's be real. They're not beating the Celtics this year. Is that fair? Is there anything the Sixers can do to make you believe that they are contenders? We start there on a Sports Bash Wednesday as the Sixers get ready to take on the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. You know, the Milwaukee Bucks were the team that a lot of people thought last year was the team that nobody could beat. They were the ones that, wow, they went out and got Dame Lillard, and they went out and, paired him up with Giannis, and they had this big three. Well, the Sixers did that this offseason. They put together their own version of a big three. Unfortunately, two of the three are not playing tonight. In the big picture, does that matter? You know, yesterday people were angry. Why isn't Joel Embiid playing? And listen, you have every right to be upset, disturbed, ticked off, whatever adjectives you want to string together to talk about Embiid not playing. You are well within your right. This has turned into a circus with Joel Embiid. Every year it's something, and there's never a straight answer. It's a circus. And yesterday, listen, I put some of the blame on the fan base. We've enabled the Sixers to let them act like this. Why? Because you're telling the Sixers, I don't care about this team. I only care when we get to the playoffs. That's the only time I'm going to ever believe in you. The Sixers could win 75 games, and you're going to say, I don't care. I only care if they get out of that second round. That is the only thing that's going to make me care about this team. So essentially, we've enabled the Sixers to make decisions like this. Because if we cared more about tonight's game, maybe Joel Embiid's playing. Listen, I don't know what's wrong with Joel Embiid. I really don't. All I know is that he's a 7'2" man who's had a lot of injury issues in his life, in his career. And quite frankly, the Sixers are probably being overly cautious with him. Either that or he's hurt. All right? There's only two things that could happen here. There's only two things that could be true here. He's either hurt or they're being overly cautious. There is no, well, he's not hurt and we're not being overly cautious. He just doesn't feel like playing. Now, come on. People questioning Joel whether he's tough enough. Joe has played with a myriad of injuries that half the people listening couldn't get out of bed with. And he's playing NBA playoff basketball games with these injuries. Now, it has hindered his performance in those games, which has then got people to criticize him. So because he's deciding to tough it out in some of these games when maybe Kendrick Perkins said last year, if I'm Joel Embiid, I'm not even playing in these playoffs. And yet he's playing in these playoffs, and he's not playing very well. He's not playing Joel Embiid basketball. So there's only two possible things that are going on here. Either he hurt himself somewhere and the Sixers are just not saying anything, or they're being overly cautious. There's not much else that could be in effect here. There's not much more that can be logically explained as to why Joel Embiid is not ready to play on opening night after he played in the Olympics and nothing else happened. Like, I can't even conjure up something. I can't come up with a logical reason to say, well, he's not. Like, all right, let's say the Sixers sent me a check and said, yo, we need you to spin this for us. All right? Which I'll be waiting for the check if that ever happens. Get nothing from the Sixers, okay? I can't come up with one logical reason how that team sent poor Nick Nurse out there yesterday and said, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, Nick Nurse yesterday says, literally, I don't know what you want me to say. Basically, you guys know the answer here. They're basically tying my hands behind my back. I can't play the guy. I want to play the guy, but I can't. So, why can he not play him? What is the reason? I don't have an answer to that. The only logical answer would be either there's an abundance of caution or he is hurt. Which one is it? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. A couple text messages we can get to throughout the hour here. Send them in, 609-403-0973. Charles Barkley and Shaq last night talking on Inside the NBA. I mean, those two guys have been very critical of Joel. And both of them, and Kevin Garnett, so these older stars of the game are looking at Joel Embiid and saying the best player cannot come out and say he won't play games, that there is no reason for Embiid to not play back-to-back games. I get it. All of this is a bad look. All of it is a bad look. For Joel Embiid to come out and say, I'm never going to play back-to-backs again, for Joel Embiid, the best player on the team, an MVP-level player, for the NBA to hear that, they can't be happy with one of their MVP players, okay? He has won an MVP in this league. He is one of the top 5 to 10 players in the league. And listen, you can make an argument he's the most talented guy. The problem is he's never on the floor. So you have a guy at this level that says, I can't play in back-to-back games anymore. That's a concerning comment to hear. And is he saying it because he has evolved and matured and realizes, look, I just can't physically be the player I need to be if I play? Like, is that him maturing? Or is that him taking the road less traveled, the load management road? I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if that's to say, hey, you know what, Joel, good for you. Good for you. Good for you for finally saying, I just can't do it. Or do you say, this guy's weak-minded? There's two schools of thought. It's the world we live in today. You got the weak-minded thought guy, and you have the other guy saying, hey, good for you in acknowledging that, hey, not everybody's the same. Not everybody can take the 82-game pounding with the body they were given. It's unfortunate. You ever have that friend who's always hurt? You ever have that friend who's always sick? He's like a hypochondriac. He just always thinks he's sick. Maybe he is. I don't know. But not everybody's like that. Not everybody's the same. And maybe Joel Embiid gets to the point where he says, look, I'd love to be the guy that plays 82 games, that wins an MVP, leads the league in scoring, I just can't do it. So if I'm going to win the one thing I haven't been able to win, maybe I have to go this route. I don't know. What I do know is it's frustrating. What I do know is that the Sixers have done themselves no favors. the way they've handled him and all of their injuries. You know, you dig yourself this hole going all the way back to the Joel Embiid drafting. They drafted the guy knowing he wasn't going to play, and then they held him out for 2 years. I mean, I'd love to go back to the 2 years thing and really find out, did they really need to sit him out for 2 years? Something tells me he could have played in that second year. Ben Simmons didn't play. He missed a whole season. Nerlens Noel, by the way, before Joel, he missed a whole season. Markelle Fultz didn't play. He missed pretty much the whole season. So they have done themselves no favors. They have done themselves no favors, the Sixers. But will this way be the definition of insanity, right? It's doing the same thing over and over again. The Sixers saying, hey, we keep trying to play Joel. We keep trying to get him through a season, and then he gets to the playoffs, and he gets hurt. I mean, last year, he missed most of the second half of the season. I mean, what are you supposed to do with him? Just not play him? Is what Evan Cohen said earlier this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Basically, just don't play him. You can't do that. Jeff and Galloway, Embiid takes the money. Right. Jeff, he'd be an idiot not to take that money. You would take that money, and guess what? So what? He took the money. The team offered it to him. What's he supposed to say? No, man, I'm hurt. I can't play. I can't take the money. Anytime money gets involved is a weak, lame way to kind of blame the player. What is the player supposed to do? Is he supposed to say, no, I'm not taking the money? Yeah, that would be a real smart idea. That'd be a great idea, Jeff. Bravo. Good. The world is now changing on a dime. Athletes are now going to say, I'm not worth the money you're offering me. It's a pretty smart way to go about it. 609-403-0973. Mike, I've never doubted Embiid's toughness. I feel he has to play later and stay in shape. The window with Embiid as a Sixer is closing. Sixers probably first-round exit this year. Hope I'm wrong. BC and Bowers Beach. Yeah, Bowers Beach. I just drove through there the other day. Bowers Beach, Delaware. Yeah, I don't question Embiid's toughness. He's played with so many injuries. What I do question is, and I don't question Embiid's will to want to win. I think Embiid wants to win. I don't know that Embiid knows, like, his body has obviously failed him. And I don't know that Embiid, I think Embiid just wants to play. I think there's a joy of playing to him. And part of that joy is when you get hurt, and he's been hurt so much, and I think we forget. This is a guy that almost never played, period, because, of what happened to his brother. And then he decided, I'm just going to play and I'm going to have fun. And I think Embiid has a tough time separating being this joyful guy who's doing this to kind of, I don't want to say, to kind of like he's dedicating his career to his brother. That whole story. I mean, that was a really deep story that happened. His brother, he passed away at a very early age, and Embiid was pretty depressed about it, and he almost decided, you know what, because of the injuries. He had the 2 foot, the 2 years that he missed because of the foot, and it almost caused him to say, you know what, I can't play. I'm not doing this. I'm just not done. And then he kind of came out of it, but I don't know. When people question his toughness, I don't know if we're watching the same guy's career. He's played with broken faces, all sorts of knee problems. I mean, all right, if you want to question his ability to stay healthy, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But for a guy to go out there and play with the amount of variety of injuries that he has played with, and I would be the first to tell you, he has not played these injuries or whatever it is in the playoffs. He has not been the same player that he is in the regular season. And is that because he's not good enough? Teams defend him differently. The Sixers aren't good enough around him. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But quite frankly, something has to change. And I don't know that this is the right formula. I don't know that this is the right formula. I don't know that it's sitting him out and, tiptoeing around the regular season and picking and choosing when I'm going to use him. I don't know that that's a way to try to win a championship. Quite frankly, no. I don't think that's the way you go. You can't legislate injuries. You got to hope that that those are behind him. And the problem is when you get hurt and then you get hurt again and then something else gets hurt, you kind of become injury prone. And he's one of these guys that just weird things happens to. He's a big man. He's got knee issues now at that size. He's had foot problems. He's had back problems. I mean, the Sixers are on borrowed time here. So to go back to that guy's point about the money, the Sixers paid him knowing they're on borrowed time. They know that they're on borrowed time. So they got to be saying, look, we paid this guy because we know how good he is. But we've got to figure out a way for him to be the guy that we get in the regular season. We got to figure out how to get that level of player in the playoffs. And if it means he's not playing in October on Wednesday night, maybe that's what we have to do. And if that means he can't play on Friday night and on Sunday, I don't understand how he's not ready to play. That's the one thing to me is, all right, come on, you got to give me a better answer. How is he not able to play? It can't be we're just, hey, we're following the – okay, come on. He's not ready to play tonight, tomorrow, and on Sunday? How do you even know he's not ready to play on Sunday? If there's no injury, if nothing else happened, you can't look at people and think we're that dumb. Hey, look, this happened or that happened. He's just not ready. What do you mean he's not ready? Come on. You're better than that. The organization should be better than that. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mike, I'm going a bit differently today. He played in the Olympics, says he's not playing back-to-back, and you have said a Tuesday in February doesn't matter. Yet it's a Wednesday in October, one star out of the big three. Yet, what are the seeding in the playoffs? Home court, avoiding the juggernaut of Boston. Yeah, I mean, listen, going back to why they did the whole quote-unquote process was they were tired of being the 8th seed. And, if you're the 8th seed or the 7th seed, you ain't winning the NBA championship. Like, mathematically, we went over that years ago, although that is changing a little bit. The league has more parity in it. That's 8s and 7s and 6s are a little bit more competitive, but not really. Get the play-in stuff now. You don't want to be in the play-in round. But, yeah, you want home court. You want all that stuff. But the Sixers have been a number 1 seed. That hasn't worked. They've been a top 4 seed. That's not working. What they need to be is healthy. That's what they need to be. And I think, look, they built a roster where they could be competitive without Embiid. That's been a big problem for them. Last year, they were not competitive without Embiid. And I don't know that people thought they were going to be a very good team last year with all the Harden stuff, the trade, and then they turned out to be the best team in the conference, in the league, with Embiid on the floor. So Maxey elevated his game to another level. Embiid was spectacular. And you turn out to have the best record in the East, and then Embiid gets hurt, and then the whole season fell apart. He comes back for the playoffs, but he wasn't the same guy. I talked about this before. I mean, the Knicks were a fun team. They were nice to root for. But the Sixers are better than the Knicks were last year. I mean, if Embiid's healthy and plays, they beat the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks last night, I talked about it all offseason. They made those trades. I didn't like what they did to that team. Now, I'm not going off of one night. But where was the toughness from that Knicks team? You think last year's Knicks team was going to let that Celtics team do what they did to them last night? That Celtics team embarrassed them last night and took joy in doing it. They left the starters out there. They're shooting threes all over the place. You think last year's Knicks team was going to let that happen? Of course not. 609-403-0973. Embiid, not in great shape whole career. Caused some of his own injuries. Big Al and Vineland. Yeah, that's part of it. I said at the end of last season, Big Al. The one thing that Embiid can do to change his game that he hasn't done before. He's added this. He's done that. He's got the jumper. He shoots the three. He's got this. He goes there. He needs to lose 30 pounds, and apparently he has lost 30 pounds. Apparently he's lost the weight, and that was the one thing I said. He can't come back. It's like the Phillies roster. You can't bring the same roster back. You can't do it. They got to do something different. Embiid can't just come back and be the same player. He's still great, but he's got to do something different. And that something different is you got to lose the weight. If you're going to play an 82-game season, which he's not, if you're going to play 60-game season, which I don't know if he will, you got to do it at a lighter weight. 609-403-0973. If the Sixers and Embiid decide to go to load management route, he better be healthy for the playoffs, or these fans are never going to let them hear it. Yeah, Josh, Josh in Williamstown, appreciate you listening. Yeah, you can't legislate injuries, though. Last year, not last year, a couple of years ago, he makes it healthy to the end, and then what happens? He gets hit in the face and breaks his face. The orbital bone the 1 year. He ran into faults. That was like with one game left in a season. So, yeah, if he gets all the way to the end, let's just say he plays game one and someone doesn't trip. He's just so big. He just constantly, and the way he plays, he's falling and slipping and sliding and diving and this and that. How long until Bronny's out of the NBA? Kid isn't good up for the G League. Yeah, Jeff, I agree with that. He's not a G League player. Come on. My buddy last night says he belongs in the G League. I said they can't put him in the G League because he wouldn't play there either. That would make it look real bad, although the G League hasn't started yet. But, yeah, he's not a good enough player to be a rotational G League player. 609-403-0973. Mike, the Celtics are a dynasty in the making. Their stars are just hitting their prime. They own the Sixers. Nothing has changed. Yeah, right now the Celtics are just a flat-out better team than the Sixers are. As constructed today, the Celtics are a way better shooting team than the Sixers. We haven't seen these two teams match up. I don't know, when do they play? When was the first time the Sixers and Celtics match up in a game this year? Not that it matters. The Sixers seem like they opened up against the Celtics a bunch. They play on the Christmas Day. That's the first time these two teams will play. So first time they play is Christmas Day, and we should see an interesting game then. But, yeah, right now the Sixers are not on the Celtics level. Nobody is. The Celtics are built, and last night they did that to the Knicks without Porzingis playing. So, no, they're not on the Celtics level. Are they the team that can give them the most problems? Can't say that right now. Embiid, you have no idea with what's going to happen with him. It's one of the things that gets lost in sports. We go on the journey together. But we're all so wanting to fast forward to April and just make our proclamations of what each team is. I don't know what the Celtics are going to look like come April. Porzingis didn't play last night. Porzingis has had a lot of injury problems. Are they a different team without Porzingis? Yeah, they are. Are they a better team this year than last year? Pretty much the same. The Celtics didn't really do all that much. Are the Sixers going to get enough games together to even approach an opportunity to knock off the Celtics? Doesn't start off well. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Keep the text messages coming as we start the show. That's where we go. We got Sixers and Bucks tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike, he gives a very interesting scenario. I don't find it to be realistic, but he gives a thought on how he thinks the Sixers should handle Joel Embiid and the season. You'll hear that. Coming up next, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins me on the other side. We'll get his take on how the Sixers are handling Embiid. Hey, we got so much to do. And don't forget, Eagles' big win this weekend against the Giants. They're getting ready, or last weekend against the Giants. They're getting ready for the Bengals. But the Nizam's Indian Restaurant in Egg Harbor Township, they've got an Eagles football special because of the Eagles' win over the Giants. Free tandoori spicy chicken wings this week. And every week, the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. So get out there and check out those free tandoori spicy chicken wings. They serve the best Indian delicacies. They will satisfy your taste buds, and you will go back. They're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30, and a special lunch buffet on weekends from 11:30 to 3. TheNizams.com for more information. When we come back, what should the Sixers do with Joel Embiid? How are they handling this? Is this the right way to do it? We'll talk to Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City next.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Join them for a special lunch buffet, Fridays through Sundays from 11:30 to 3 p.m. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit CalviElectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Take your Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year. Even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Approved for 24 TV 9 and 6, $1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can be combined. Go to mattblackkia.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebates and incentives to deal. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township. And on Route 37 in Toms River.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seize the deal.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Don't play them one game until the postseason then.
Well, you got to get to the postseason.
They'll get to the postseason without them. They actually have a good roster-ish. Game one of the playoffs, when you're a play-in team at that point, and let's just say you're the 7th seed, that should be Embiid's first game of the season. If we're going to really go extreme like this, first game back, playoffs.
Evan Cohen on Sportsmanlike, that's a drastic measure. But is it the right measure? How should the Sixers handle Joel Embiid? Are they handling it the right way this year? They just said, Mike McGarry, you know what? The fans have told us they don't care about the regular season. They'll only care about this team when they get to the playoffs. So the Sixers said, okay, fine, we'll acquiesce. He's not going to play tonight. He's not going to play Friday. He's not going to be Sunday. Or is there something else that they're not telling us here? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. What's up, Michael?
Oh, how are you, Michael? And yeah, Joel Embiid, here we go again on the same old road. Out the first 3 games of the season doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see it as a plan of success going forward. And just to me, his constant injury status just sucks the life out of the entire franchise.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a weird one because what did he do after the Olympics? The Sixers are saying nothing else happened, so how is he not prepared to play tonight? What is your hypothesis as to why he's not only ready tonight, Friday, or Sunday? They've already said he's out for those 3 games. So what do you say happened between the Olympics and opening night?
Mike, I have no idea, and that's what makes this so frustrating, and this is part of what sucks the life out of the franchise. I mean, here is a guy who got hurt in January, had the knee surgery in February, came back, played in the playoffs, played in the Olympics. How has he not even scrimmaged yet? I mean, did he tweak the knee after the Olympics? Did the knee bother him during the Olympics? Obviously, we're not getting the full story here. And, again, I can't say it enough. From an on-the-court aspect, from a box office perspective, from the interest perspective. Now, come on, we all know 3 games in October. These games are not going to define the Sixers season. But there is an entertainment portion to this equation. You want to see the team go out and play. It's opening night of the NBA. And this guy can't play tonight. He also can't play Friday. He also can't play Sunday. He hasn't even scrimmaged yet. I mean, what is going on? And I just think this is no way to run a successful franchise. They can't win like this.
Well, I mean, and you just said something that's interesting. The continuity that you need to have. You brought in Paul George. You made the commitment to pay Joel Embiid. So how do you now say we have these 2 guys, and yet to be our best, we have to play them together, but we're not going to play now. I get it. Paul George might legitimately, and maybe Joel Embiid is legitimately, but you would think they would say, look, the knee hasn't responded. The way they've handled it, that's the problem.
Yeah. Also, Mike, just look long range. They've already said he's already missed 3 games so far this season, right? He's not going to play back-to-back. So that's another 7 games. So now you're down, 82 minus 11. You're down to some 70 games. I mean, how many games is he going to play? And, you just played the clip of the guy saying don't play him until day 1 of the playoffs. Well, let's all be realistic. Let's know what's going on here. The NBA talent level is at an all-time high. There's no way the Sixers are going to be a 7 seed and do what they, let's look at last year's path. The Sixers at a 7 seed going to beat the Knicks. Are they going to beat the Pacers? Are they then going to beat the Celtics? Are they then going to beat the Dallas Mavericks in a series of 7-game series without having home court advantage in none of those series? We all know that's not going to happen. So what are the 76ers doing? I mean, what is Embiid's injury status? And for the life of me, I don't understand how he can go play in the Olympics a month ago and not be ready to play today. I mean, it's mind-boggling. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if we're getting the full story. I do know this. It makes me roll my eyes at the franchise. It makes me not want to pay attention to them, and it also sucks the entire life. I mean, how are you supposed to buy a ticket to watch the Sixers play? You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's walking out there.
Yeah, well, listen, that is the interesting part here is, and you just said it, he's not playing 3 nights in October. In the big picture, is that really going to matter? But it's the messaging of, listen, and this is where, I got to blame the fans a little bit here. They have told the team, the team can win 75 games, and the fans will not care about them and will not believe in what they do unless they get out of that second round. So is this the Sixers just saying, you've been vocal about it, we're listening?
Well, maybe that's what the fans think, but as I just said, this is him winning 50 games, him playing 50-something games, and the Sixers being a 5, 6, or 7 seed is not a recipe for postseason success. So the fans can sit there and jump up and down and say, don't play him until, keep him in bubble wrap until game 1 against the Knicks in late April. But we know that's not going to work. There's just no way they're going to run through who they run through. So what are you doing here? You're not, to win a championship in the NBA, you've got to be a 1 or a 2 seed. You got to play basketball. And eventually, as I wrote in my must-win column today, a player's legacy is determined by how much they play. And this guy is immensely talented. But now I just think, again, it's a black cloud that follows the franchise wherever it goes, and his inability to get on the court sucks the whole life. And as I wrote my must-win column today, Sixers should thank God they have Tyrese Maxey. When they picked Tyrese Maxey, maybe the basketball gods gave him a little bit of a raw deal on the Embiid injury history, but thank God you got Tyrese Maxey, because at least you can throw on the TV tonight and see one of the best young players in the NBA. And at least if you're buying a ticket, you can see Tyrese Maxey go play, and he plays the game with a joy, and he plays it the right way, and he's an infectious personality, and he's easy to root for. So can you imagine where this would be, not only on the basketball court, but in the box office if they didn't have Tyrese Maxey?
Well, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofatlanticcity.com, read his must-win piece on. Here we go again with Joel Embiid. But let's talk about the basketball aspect. Are they more equipped this season to push forward with that plan of load management, no back-to-backs, being extra cautious with him, and be a top 4 competitive team?
Well, let me say this. I think Daryl Morey did a wonderful job of revamping this roster, signing Paul George, giving them a big 3 with Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey. But if you are not a top 3 seed, basically, in the East, I don't think you're getting out of the East. And if Embiid doesn't play more than 50 games, I don't see how you're a top 3 seed with the talent that is in the East. I mean, the Knicks have improved. The Celtics, look at what they did last night. 29 three-pointers, blow the Knicks out. NBA record, right? I mean, Milwaukee, Damian Lillard has his second year with Milwaukee. Giannis is back. Cleveland, it has good players. I don't see, if Embiid were to play, they're right there with anybody. But if Embiid doesn't play and you're seed 5, 6, or 7, you're not coming out of the East. I don't care if you have Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Michael Jordan on the same team.
Well, it looked like Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Michael Jordan were playing for the Celtics against your Knicks last night.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics, if the Celtics shoot like that, no one's going to beat them, right? 29 threes. And then what do they? They're 1 away from the NBA record, and they missed the last 13 threes that to try and set the NBA record. But the Celtics certainly not skipping a beat, playing tremendously well against the Knicks last night and blowing the Knicks out, basically, with their ability to shoot threes. The Celtics shoot like that, they'll be putting up a 19th championship banner in the TD Boston Garden.
Well, I was going to ask. I mean, after watching, I know it's one game. Did the Knicks do enough to close the gap, or did they actually fall further away? And what was up with Bridges' shot last night?
Yeah, Bridges' shot did not look good from three-pointer range. I mean, he finished the game 7 of 13. His ability to shoot off the dribble, the mid-range, looked solid, looked like himself. That three-point shot looked like he had a hitch in it, looked like a nightmare. I saw you tweeted out a picture of, I think, Markelle Fultz, in reference to him. This shot did not look good. Look, I like what the Knicks did. I think the Knicks are a much improved basketball team. I just think when the other team comes out and makes 29 three-pointers, you're not going to beat them. So are the Celtics going to make 29 three-pointers every night? No, they're not. But I like what the Knicks did. I like the makeup of their team. I like their ability to defend wings. But the Celtics shoot like they did last night, it's going to be lights out every night.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofatlanticcity.com. Sixers tonight. No Paul George, no Joel Embiid as they take on the Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah, it looks like it's the Celtics league and everyone else is just kind of playing in it. I don't know. They didn't really make any moves to improve. They just, a team that is just a year wiser and a year better, I guess.
Yeah, well, what I liked last night, I think Derek White is going to have a breakout year. He played on the Olympic team. A lot of times you see guys go play on that Olympic team, and it just sort of raises the level of their games, which is another reason, Mike, why I wanted to see Joel Embiid play this year, because being on the Olympic team, did that sort of raise his level? We don't know. Derek White went out last night, made 6 of 10 three-pointers, looked great. Joel Embiid, he's in the Barker Lounge tonight watching the game, so we don't know how the Olympics affected him. But
I agree with you there. People are complaining about him. Why did he play in the Olympics? I think it was a good move for him to play in the Olympics because I think he needed to be around that environment and around those players. And I was hoping that those players rubbed off on him of, hey, this is what it takes to win a championship. He gets a taste of it by winning a gold, and now carry that over to here, and now this is what we got.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you wonder, he didn't look great. He looked good at sometimes during the Olympics. He didn't look great. He seems to be in better shape, but it just all the dots are not adding up here. And again, I come back to it. To me, it just sucks the energy and fun
You're right
out of the franchise. Who's looking for, and again, thank God they have Tyrese Maxey, because again, you can turn on the TV tonight and see one of the NBA's best young players, but if they didn't have Tyrese Maxey, are you hustling home to throw the Sixers on tonight at 7:30? I don't think so.
All right, Embiid and George out. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. You know who has the energy always? Tom McGinnis on the call tonight. That guy always brings it. You can listen to him on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry brought the energy today, and we'll take a look back at the Sixers game and the weekend. They'll play Friday night against the Raptors, and then Sunday the Sixers are also in action, I think, against the Pacers. Embiid will miss all 3 of those games. All right, Mike, we will catch up with you on Happy Hour Friday.
Michael, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Mike McGarry, everybody. Good stuff today. Brought the energy as he's right, though. You get told all offseason, Paul George, Embiid, big 3, and then out of nowhere, out of right field, you get told, Joel Embiid's not ready. Wait, what? What has he done? Was he on a chaise lounge all offseason? He lost weight. He played the Olympics. What happened? He's out there wearing a pretty bulky knee brace. Is that just precautionary? Is that just the way he's going to go? He said he's not going to play in back-to-backs anymore. Very frustrating. We'll get a little bit deeper look at the Sixers and their new look coming up with Paul Hudrick, who's back for another season with us here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Paulie Hud from Liberty Ballers is going to join us at 3:30 today. And, of course, we got so much more coming up, including Q Myers. You heard him today during Greeny here on the Sports Bash. We'll have Q Myers. We'll get his thoughts on the opening night of the NBA last night. Bronny James and his dad played for the first time ever. Father, son, didn't see it, didn't care. I did see the Celtics drop bombs all over the place from beyond the arc. That was just a whitewash last night. I also going to get his take. Do the Eagles have a Jalen Hurts problem? Are we coming to terms with that might be the issue here? What say you guys? 609-403-0973. What's the plan for the Sixers? Where do the Eagles sit in the hierarchy of the NFL? Q Myers in 16 minutes has that. We've got more on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
Let it go, and it is caught into the touchdown. A.J. Brown. When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. At Jersey Cow, everything is homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine with all the fall flavors, bringing back popular classics while introducing some future favorites as well. For the best ice cream with constantly rotating flavors, come taste the best homemade delicious ice cream made right at Jersey Cow. Visit every day from noon till 10 at both Northfield and Brigantine locations. Ice cream, a year-round thing at Jersey Cow.
Every 4 years, the world watches. Every corner kick, every save, every pass. The world watches its most beautiful game played at its highest level. And for a moment, the world stops turning for soccer. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026, supporting possibilities turned into achievements on the biggest stage. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. member FDIC.
Broadleys is your trusted source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, and your go-to Mitsubishi Electric Elite Diamond contractor in South Jersey. Say goodbye to fossil fuel burning systems and switch to a qualified all-electric, all-climate heat pump from Mitsubishi Electric with 0% financing for 84 months. Plus, if you make the switch before year-end, qualify for up to $2,000 back in federal tax credits. Call Broadleys today for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Powers.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
10 to the top of the hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. A lot of discussion about the opener tonight, which is good. I mean, the Sixers are back, but it's not good that this is the only reason why you care about this team. You're supposed to be excited about seeing Paul George and Joel Embiid on the floor together, which has never happened yet. They have not played 1 second together. Nowhere. And the continuity is king. If you want to think that you can sniff that Celtics team that has been together now for what, almost 3 years, most of these guys? Mazzola is the coach, and then the core. I mean, Mazzola took over, and he has kind of taken over as that coach there after the whole situation with the what was the guy's name that's with the Rockets now? Yeah, Udoka. And now that team's, they didn't make improvements to the roster. They just said continuity. You know, that's what good teams can do. You can hold the course. You can stick out the course. You could say, we won a championship with this team. Now, teams are coming after us, but we're getting better and better by playing together more. You can't just throw a team together in April and say, okay, we're going to roll the ball out and see if this works. That's the frustrating part about this. I understand trying to be cautious with Joel Embiid. That part makes sense, but not the part that you went out and got Paul George to play with them. That part doesn't make any sense. Now, I get it. Paul George has legitimately got a problem, but we know that. You didn't tell us that. If you said Joel Embiid has a legitimate problem, okay, that's a different message, right? Is that message not different? Hey, Joel's out for 3 games. This is the problem. You didn't say that. You said nothing's wrong with him.
What I don't understand, Mike, is this is an organization that should be aware that there is a history in this city of poor communication between the organization and the fans. You would think it would be a priority for the organization to communicate with the fans and communicate with the media to the fans in order to get their message out there. And there seems to be a disconnect on that front.
Well, listen, this has been going on for a long time. This has been going on. This isn't like they sprung this on us like, wait, the Sixers aren't like this. They're usually pretty forthcoming.
That's what I just said. I just said that you would think that the current group of people here would know, hey, there's a history of this issue of poor communication.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. They've been doing this for...
What doesn't make it right?
No one's saying it's right. I didn't say they're doing the right thing. I say this isn't a surprise. This is the way the Sixers have acted since this ownership group took over. Everything's been cryptic, holding things back, not playing guys. This has been who they've been. So it's not a surprise. Like Paul George, we watched get hurt in a game.
Right.
We saw the knee and what happened. We haven't seen Joel Embiid in a game. The last time we saw him, he played in a game in the Olympics.
Correct.
And now they're saying nothing's happened. I mean, how do you as the team justify that? How do you come out and say, there's nothing wrong with him? Well, we saw him play in the Olympics. How come he can't play tonight? And Friday and on Sunday. I mean, you gotta really have some stones to throw that out there and not think that people aren't going to take that. Like, what kind of audacity do you have to say nothing's different, nothing's happened? And good for Nurse by saying, I don't know what you want me to tell you, dude. I mean, if I'm Nurse, I would have stood up and been like, I'm out of here. This is ridiculous. But, hey, listen, I get it. He's got to be complicit. That's the way that the messaging was probably given to him. Hey, don't give anything. He's not hurt. He's fine. This has been the plan all along. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Coming up, Hugh Myers, host of Game Night and filling in for Greeny. He joins me next.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Three ball, he rattles it in. Kelly Oubre with his third three. Maxey with the dish.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get to Matt Blatt Kia today. Are you in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% after 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Blatt Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Blatt Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Approved credit 24 EV9 and 6, 1388 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF. Rebates and incentives to deal. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
Nobody cares what Joel Embiid does during the regular season. You care if he gets to an NBA Finals or the Eastern Conference Finals. The one thing you need to get there, Greeny, is continuity and endurance. And the one thing with him not playing back-to-backs or having that left knee management, same with Paul George, they can't really find their rhythm if they're only playing 50, 60 games together. I think they will be a legit contender, but I won't give them the edge over Boston or New York or maybe Milwaukee because I don't think they will have that continuity.
Jay Will said that this morning on Get Up. You heard him right here on Greeny on 97.3 ESPN. Him and Q Myers, who's with me right now, they had a big, long discussion regarding that right there. Joel Embiid out not only tonight, he is out Friday, he is out Sunday as well for the Sixers. And a lot of people here, Q, already wondering, what's the deal with Joel Embiid? So we'll start with that, my man. What's going on? Joel Embiid, Paul George, they got those two together. It was supposed to be this big three. We're not seeing the big three for at least the first three. What is up with the Sixers? They held out the message until Tuesday. Oh, by the way, the big man played in the Olympics, but he will not play the first 3 games. Is this a big deal, or are they taking extra precaution for good reason?
I mean, they're taking extra precaution. It is for good reason, but it is a big deal at the same time. I think everything can be true, and it's really unfortunate. And, you know, Jay Will, you played that sound coming in. He brought up such a great point, and then he kind of reiterated that while we were on Greeny together, and he pointed it out like this. He said, Q, we're doing the show together for the first time, right? If we do a show consistently for, 4, 6, 8 weeks, months, whatever the case may be, guess what? I'm going to know you inside and out. I'm going to know what I can say to push you. You can know what to say to push me. But if we do a show every 5, 6, 7 days or 5, 6, 7 weeks, whatever the case may be, we start and stop, and all of a sudden we get to the end of our contract and ESPN is trying to, figure out who we are and what we're worth. They're going to say, yeah, that show's not that great, because we don't have any continuity. We haven't got that chemistry built up. And that's the biggest issue. Yeah, you want to get Joel Embiid to the finish line, which is the playoffs, but you also need to build that continuity and that chemistry with your team. And you can't do that if you're starting and stopping. And there's guys that are going to be there. Tyrese Maxey pointed him out as he is a true 76er through and through. He's the guy that you want to go to war with. But you also have guys like Paul George and Joel Embiid who you need. There's a reason why they put these two together on the team. They brought in Paul George. Obviously, Joel Embiid, they've been 10-toed down with him since they drafted him. It's not going to work at the level that you need it to work because of the start and stop, because of the not the back-to-backs, because of, missing the first week of the regular season. Like, there's just so many elements that you're missing here. You're putting the 76ers behind the 8 ball. Now, reiterated, they have plenty of talent, and they do, and I agree with this. And, Mike, we've talked about the 76ers for a very long time. It was so hard for me to get behind them. And then last year, Embiid's playing lights out. He's playing MVP-type ball, and I'm like, you know what? I'm in. I'm going to stop fighting the power. I'm all in, and then all of a sudden he goes down. And, well, here we are again. So it goes back to the old adage that everyone hates to say, your best ability is availability.
Well, I mean, that's the fight here in the market, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're not in the market, so I'm interested to get your take. Is Sixer fans have gotten to this point where I'll only believe in you in April. They haven't been able to get out of the second round. One of the reasons is Joel's never available. So are the Sixers now saying, look, you guys don't care about the regular season, so you've told us you don't care. We're going to listen. We're not going to play the guy. Is this on the fans a little bit by them saying, we'll only believe in you when we see him succeed in the playoffs, and he hasn't been able to be healthy in the playoffs, basically in any of the seasons that he has been here. So is this a little bit of them saying, you voiced your voice, we are listening?
No, the fans have just been burnt so many times, right? The fans, I don't blame them, right? I mean, there's only so many times, Mike, that I could tell you can count on me. Right? Hey, you can count on me. Hey, Q, can you come on the show and join me for a few minutes? And then I'm a no-show. Hey, Q, what about this week? And then I'm a no-show. Hey, Q, how about this week? I can only do half a show. No, I mean, look, you got to be able to count on me just like everyone counts on you to be there. When the movie starts, the movie's supposed to start, right? And it's going to always start. Well, unfortunately for Joel Embiid and for 76ers fans, when they're ready for the movie to start, the main character's not there. The main actor's not there. The guy, the price of admission is not there consistently. So it's like, you know what? Okay, great. When it matters, when we need to see you the most, which is obviously in the playoffs, when we'll believe it when we see it, that you actually show up and you do that. And it's unfortunate. It's a terrible relationship to have. It really is. It's in a bad relationship, right?
Yeah.
You're in that position where you want to be with this person, you want to trust this person, but you just know that you can't. And if you do trust them, it's more shame on you than it's shame on them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the classic. You're in love with an addict, and you're enabling them, and it's like, hey. Now the Sixers have gotten to the point. I mean, he played in the Olympics. They said yesterday nothing happened between then and now. They've got to be something. There's a disconnect here. So what, outside of the market where we are so scarred by this organization, they're always lying. They're always shady with their information. When you hear he's not playing, what's the first thing that comes to mind to you?
Well, I'm irritated that he played in the Olympics, right? I mean, that would be the first thing for me. And look, I remember when they assembled the Olympic team and when Kawhi was on the team still, and I thought I was enraged basically. If I'm the Clippers, if I'm a Clipper fan, how is that possible? A guy that's never available, how is he going to be on the team? Well, you see what ultimately happened. He wasn't on the team. He wasn't healthy enough to perform there. We still know the situation that goes on with Kawhi, but this is basically the same thing that's going on with Joel Embiid. And the guy that managed it the best is Nick Nurse when he was in Toronto with Kawhi Leonard. Well, now he's in Philadelphia with Joel Embiid. So he's going to try to embrace the same approach. He's going to try to treat it just like he treated Kawhi. It obviously worked out for the Raptors. Will it work out for the 76ers? Well, that's remained to be seen, but that's the approach that he's taken. And if there is a silver lining in this whole situation, I feel better with him trying to execute it because I know he's done it with success as opposed to someone else that's like, hey, I saw what they did over there. Let me see if I can figure out what they did and work it into my program as well. So that's the only silver lining, but man, it's tough. And I would be so angry if you're going and you're doing the Olympics, but you're not playing for my team.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually like that he played in the Olympics because it was a chance for him to get around winners and champions. And it's the one thing that's eluded him is, hey, you've won your MVPs. This team has been the number one seed, but they just can't get over the hump. Maybe being around LeBron and Durant and Steph Curry and Jason Tatum, maybe that's the thing that he needed. So I was okay with him kind of going there. And he didn't play all that much. He didn't play a lot in the Olympics. So I thought being around Steve Kerr and these championship players and atmosphere, maybe that's what takes him over. But I got to say, it's funny. The Sixer fans are a weird bunch, man. For years, hey, we need him healthy in the playoffs. And then game one, they say, well, we're going to be careful. He's not playing. And everybody's enraged by the fact that he's not out there. I said, hey, listen, this is what you asked for. You want this guy healthy, and now they're taking it to the extreme. Sixers-Bucks tonight on 97.3 ESPN. 7:30 is the tip. Tom McGinnis on the call on your home for Sixers basketball. Paul George will also miss the game. Now, he had that hyperextended knee. We saw that in the preseason game. Q, you're on the West Coast. Last night we saw LeBron and his son, so a little bit more West Coast flavor for you. Over here we had the Celtics and the Knicks. Celtics shooting the lights out.
Man.
Are there compelling NBA stories for you, or does this feel like the Celtics league and everybody's just hanging out in it?
Well, I'll tell you, man, there's a few storylines that I'm looking at, in the NBA. I'm so excited that it's back and we've got so many different sports to talk about. But just even in the Eastern Conference, right, the new look Knicks, what are they going to look like, right? Who is the real contender with the Boston Celtics, right? I mean, especially with the way that Boston came out and made a statement on opening night by, knocking down 29 3-pointers, tying an NBA record, just couldn't get that 30th to drop. So, what are the New York Knicks? Who are they, right? The Big Cat. I contend and I say, and I'll go to my grave and say this, Mike, that the worst thing that could ever happen to the Big Cat is he won the 3-point contest. Because now he thinks he's a splash brother when really he's a big man that can shoot a 3-pointer, right? Which is great, but he's not a splash brother. He's not one of the guys that you want to sit there, have him out there hanging out by the 3-point line and just casting him. I want the big fella down in the lane. I want him doing some dirt. I want him to be, a little tough, a little gritty, a little edgy. And unfortunately, that's not who Big Cat is. So I want to see how this new look Knicks team, how they kind of come together. And you saw it didn't come together very well in game one. I'm not going to overreact to one blowout, but it was a blowout, right? And it was the worst blowout that the Knicks have had in a very long time on opening night. So can Tibbs, again, working with the Big Cat, someone he worked with in Minnesota, can he end up, being that guy and get him to do what they want him to do? I think losing Dante DiVincenzo, trading him to Minnesota was a big deal. I really do. I think that he was a really glue guy. He fits in with what Tibbs wants to do. He's got that grit. He's got that edge to him. And unfortunately, man, he's not there. So that's one storyline that I'm looking at in the Eastern Conference. Philly's obviously something I'm paying attention to just to see what it looks like. Milwaukee, what can they do? Who's a real true contender to the Boston Celtics? And, oh, by the way, watch out for the Jason Tatum revenge tour. Right? I mean, you want to talk about the Olympics. How many
He was on it last night. He was on it last night, man. Hey, I heard Alan Hahn on with you guys, a little phone a friend for you there. By the way, Joel Embiid was the easy answer. You missed that one.
I know, totally missed that one. It was right there in front of us.
When he plays, look, I know you guys were saying, well, I don't know that he plays though. Hey, if he only played 100 games, they're all 20-point double-doubles.
Right.
That's the uniqueness of Embiid. But I said all offseason what Alan said is, man, Hartenstein and DiVincenzo, those are the two guys that really hurt the Sixers in that playoff series. With them out of there, I don't know where they get those second chance points and those daggers. And listen, Josh Hart in that Sixers series, he had 4 threes in a game twice.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hit 4 threes in a game once the whole year.
Right.
And he did that. So I thought that was a big loss for them. And them reshuffling the deck, to beat the Celtics, that's a big task. I know you're going to have to shoot it well and hope they're not shooting it well, but I thought that I kind of agreed with him about the toughness angle of that Knicks team. You got to try to change the game. Don't try to do what they're doing well. Right. Don't try to outdo what they're doing well. Make them change their style of play. So there you go. NBA started last night. The Sixers tip off tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Q Myers from game night. He's filled in for Greeny. You heard him today on 97.3 ESPN. All right. If I ask you, where do you have the Eagles? They're 4-2, top 5, top 10, 15. If I just threw random teams out at you, do you have definitive yeses or nos that the Eagles are better than this team, not that team? They're a tough study. Where do you put them right now at 4-2?
They're definitely a tough study. I think that's the best way to word it, man. I mean, that when I was trying to think of how you describe them, you said it right there, a tough study. I still don't know who this Eagles team is, right? I think Saquon Barkley is a fantastic pickup. I think he's been really good for Philadelphia. I think that he really helps Jalen Hurts be Jalen Hurts. But I just would like to see a little bit more from Jalen. I've said this a couple times now. I want to see him be a little bit more of the guy that was in the conversation for potential MVP the year that they went to the Super Bowl. I want to see a little bit more synergy between the offensive coordinator, the head coach, and Jalen. I want to see this team really come together. I think on paper, actually I know on paper, they have a ton of talent. Right, they can go get it done. They're young secondary that they went out and got my guy Quinyon Mitchell. I like him. Thought he was the best defensive back, one of the best defensive backs in the draft this past April. I like what he brings to the table. There's going to be growing pains, but I think that resetting with a younger secondary, we saw the Eagles secondary get old in front of our eyes last season. So I like him. I like a lot of pieces that are on this team. I just want to see it consistently. I don't I don't know. It's like every time I go through the NFL week of picks and I pick the Eagles, I always hesitate and pause. I was like, man, is Sirianni coaching for his job in this one? Like, I don't want to do that. I want to know that this team is truly a team that is about to take the reins and go with it. And I'm not there yet. So I think that they're definitely a top 10 team, but as we know, top 10 is not going to get you in the playoff. You got to be top 7.
No, it's not. And it's funny. All right, I'll just throw some teams at you real quick. If you can give me a definitive, like you don't have to think about it. Are the Eagles better than Kansas City?
No.
Are the Eagles better than Detroit?
No.
All right. I agree with that. I think this is where it gets murky. Are the Eagles better than Minnesota?
No.
All right, you thought about it too long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right, are
Yeah.
they better than Washington?
Yes.
Houston?
No.
Baltimore?
No.
Buffalo?
No.
Pittsburgh?
Oof. No, I'm not gonna. I think their defense is Pittsburgh's defense is better.
They beat Green Bay. Are they better than Green Bay?
Ooh, that's a good one. Because I want to say my natural instinct is say no, but they did beat them. I'm gonna still stay with no. I'm just saying it was a good day for Philly. No, I don't
Okay.
think they're better than Green Bay.
Are they better than Chicago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now everybody else below them, all those teams are 4-2 or better. Everybody else is 4-2, or excuse me, 4-3 or worse.
Yeah.
Are they better than Seattle?
Yes.
Atlanta beat the Eagles, but is Philly better than Atlanta?
I think so. I think the Eagles are better than them.
Indianapolis?
Yes.
Denver?
Yes. Denver's defense is strong, very strong, but their offense is still a work in progress. So, yeah, Eagles are better than Denver.
Now, Tampa's tough because Tampa beat Philly, but without those two receivers, they're way different.
That's so tough. I hated to see Chris Godwin go down the other day. Obviously, Mike Evans is a dude, but Chris Godwin's going to be lost for the season with that dislocated ankle. That hurt, especially what time of the season it was or game it was, where it was almost over. They're trying to battle back. I hated that for him. But yeah, with those two dudes down, man, that's tough sledding for Tampa Bay.
Are they better than Dallas?
Yes. I'm better than Dallas. You're better than Dallas. Dallas is a mess.
Yes, they are. They play Cincinnati this week. Are they better than Cincinnati?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a tough one. How about San Francisco? They got injury issues.
They do have injury issues, and that's why I would hesitate to say that San Francisco is better than them. I think that San Francisco goes as Christian McCaffrey goes, and we haven't seen Christian McCaffrey all season. I don't know when he's coming back. I think Philadelphia gets on top of San Francisco this week. I fell for the banana in the tailpipe and felt like San Francisco was going to correct all their wrongs against Kansas City last week, and clearly they did not. Even with Patrick Mahomes having another off game, San Francisco couldn't capitalize. So, yeah, I'm definitely down on the 49ers.
Q Myers hosted game night on 97.3 ESPN, filling in for Greeny. You can hear him here on 97.3 ESPN. Can running teams win in the NFL today? Are we changing?
Yes, I think they can, and I'm glad you brought that up because I think that the respect that the running backs weren't getting needs to be put back on their name. Obviously, Derrick Henry is just amazing what he's doing in Baltimore. He's also benefiting by Lamar Jackson. That 1-2 punch is fantastic. It's the best in the league. But you look around the league. I mentioned Green Bay being better than Philadelphia. You know why? They've got this dude named Josh Jacobs. I know him really well. He used to be a Raider. And even when they didn't have their quarterback in Jordan Love, what did they do? They leaned on their running game and won with Josh Jacobs, right? I mean, there's guys that are getting it done from the running back position. I just mentioned the 49ers go as Christian McCaffrey goes. Running back. Does he do multiple things? Sure. Philadelphia, they went out and got Saquon Barkley. Does he help out that offense go? Sure, absolutely, right? I think running backs need to get some respect put back on their name. I'm here in Vegas. The Raiders can't run the ball to save their life. You know why? Because they don't have Josh Jacobs. They have Zamir White and Alexander Madison, which are okay, but they're not that dude that says, hey, the offense is sputtering. Guess what? Give me the rock. I got this. Put some respect back on the running backs' names. They're doing really well. They're going to help teams win games. Matter of fact, they're going to be a reason why teams are going to win a game. You watch it.
All right, this one. We just went through running, where this team sits. You have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, a really good offensive line. The defense has 13 sacks the last 2 weeks. They played pretty well. So, do the Eagles have a Jalen Hurts problem?
Ooh, That's a good question. That's a really good question because I'm a Jalen Hurts guy. I'm a firm believer in Jalen Hurts, but I need to see more. I really do. I need Jalen Hurts to go back to being the Jalen Hurts before he was paid. Not saying he's changed who he is, but his mentality of, going out there and getting it done, making the main thing, right? When everything you could tell Jalen was a coach's kid, he was locked in, he was ready to go, he was a leader, right? He was a different cat. And it just seems like somewhere, and I don't know if it's the coaching and the disconnect that he has with the coaching, but somewhere that same feeling that I got when I watched Jalen before is not the feeling that I got. And look, I'll be 100% honest. I wanted the Raiders desperately to draft him in 2019. The Raiders had multiple first-round picks, and I said, get him in the first round with your second pick. He'll be available. He'll be the best thing you could do. He can replace Derek Carr when you're ready to move on from Carr. And the Philadelphia Eagles jumped up in round 2 and got him. Thought it was the greatest pick ever because they had a natural succession from Carson Wentz that happened faster than I thought it was going to happen. And then you saw what happened. The Eagles end up in the Super Bowl. They didn't win, I get it, but they ended up in the Super Bowl. He has that kind of ability in him. He's got to find somebody or somehow to get that back out of him. But they could have a slight Jalen Hurts situation because he's not the 100% guy that he was at one stage of the game.
Hugh Myers right here on ESPN Radio, weekdays, weeknights. You can hear him all over the place. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Eagles and the Bengals this weekend. Listen to the game with coverage at noon. They got demoted twice in a row. They had a 4 o'clock game moved to 1, an 8 o'clock game moved to 4. It's not good when you're getting demoted like that. I know some of it might be the opponent, but you're the Eagles, man. You expect prime time matchups, and they're not a fun watch right now. We'll see if they get their mojo back offensively against the Bengals. Good to hear you, man. Good to see you, Q.
Hey, anytime, man. You give me a call. I'm there. I always appreciate you.
He's more than Embiid. He's reliable. Hugh Myers, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. For your heating and air conditioning installation, service, and maintenance, call them at 609-641 609-390-3907 or visit them at Broadleaf's.net. The 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Hey, when we come back right here on the show, Sixers play tonight. No Embiid, no Paul George. We'll get the inside stuff from Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers, and that is next.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. Make a selection from our seasonal food menu, then unwind with one of our sensational cocktails. The South Philly Sizzle, made with Bird Gang Habanero Tequila. Stateside pumpkin pie featuring stateside vodka, rum chata, and pumpkin puree. Delicious fiery sangria, tasty spiced apple punch, or the Campfire Mule at participating locations for a limited time. The official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles. We're teaming up with Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown for a new wing flavor this football season. A.J. Brown's Sweet Heat Wings. We combine the sweet and spicy flavors AJ loves, plus a portion of the proceeds benefit the AJ Brown Foundation and its focus on empowering underprivileged youth. At participating locations for a limited time, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at SeizeTheDeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to SeizeTheDeal.com.
Seize the deal.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Joel Embiid is the one that I think everyone around the league is focused on. What is his situation going to be? I'm told, and I've reported on it, he's going to be taking periodic time off over the course of the season. Right. He's not concerned about accolades, 65-game limit. He wants to be healthy for a time in a period he hasn't ever been healthy in when he's needed most, and that's the playoffs. And so getting him there healthy is the number one key for Philadelphia.
ESPN's Sham Charania on that report there yesterday. He broke the news that Joel Embiid would not play. He's going to be taking periodic time off. Well, he's taking 3 nights in a row off, it seems, to start the season. We start another season. Paul Hudrick is back, and it seems like second verse, same as the first. Joel Embiid, Paul will not play tonight, tomorrow. No reason really given. The last we saw him, he was in the Olympics. You were probably at training camp. I don't know if he went to the Bahamas, but saw them practicing a little bit. He didn't do much. He did not play in the preseason. When they said he wasn't playing, was it a sufficient reason for you?
The reason I say no is that, frankly, just this team and this player just has not earned the benefit of the doubt in these situations, right? Like, we've seen this, like you just let off with, Mike, like, we've seen this movie before. I think what bothers fans, I think most fans would agree that what Shams is talking about, the idea of, not playing back-to-backs, getting periodic rest, if you're hurt, sitting out, and being at your healthiest for the playoffs, I think all fans are all on board with that, right? Like, I think everyone's good with that. What's weird is this kind of lack of transparency where, they say there's a plan. So that means the plan was for him to miss the opener and miss the second game as well. So that's where they lose me a little bit, where I'm not quite sure. Now, look, I'll say this. He looks great in the times we've seen him. It's the weight that he lost. It's legit. It's noticeable on his body. He looks way trimmer. He's in great shape. He's been doing, when he's at practice, he's been doing some intense, 3-on-3 stuff. He just hasn't done the 5-on-5. Mike, if you would have asked me before the news broke, I thought he was going to play tonight. I really did. But I think that's part of the problem is I think a lot of us thought he was going to play. And so, I'm sure a lot of fans just feel like, the wind has been taken out of their sails. Now, look, you and I might talk next week, and he might play, and Paul George will play, and it'll just kind of be a blip on the radar. But until we get to that point, I understand why fans are dubious, and they don't really want to give the team the benefit of the doubt because they've done nothing to earn that.
Yeah, Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, Sixers, Bucks tonight. They announced yesterday no Joel Embiid, Paul George. They also said he's not hurt, and nothing's changed. So it's like, wait, he's not hurt. He played in the Olympics, and he's not ready to play not only tonight, but Friday and Sunday, according to reports as well. So something seems like a disconnect. You're telling me. So what did you take from Nick Nurse's answer of, I don't know what to tell you? I mean, this felt like a Brett Brown situation where this poor guy's thrown out there and really got no information other than, I don't know what to say. Like, it almost feels like, I think the guy's ready. I think the guy can play. They're telling me he can't. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, a couple things. The only games we know he's definitively not playing are tonight and Friday. I think Sunday, that's still very much up in the air. Who knows? I have no real insight on whether or not it's Sunday. And again, with kind of the lack of context and not knowing what exactly is going on, I have no idea what to think about Sunday. But yeah, I think Nick Nurse, like you said, he is in a similar spot to Brett Brown, where it's like he's kind of at the end of his rope with this stuff. Like, he doesn't know, because the reality is, I don't think he knows what to say, right? Like, I think the team kind of, there's certain things they're gonna divulge and certain things there's not. And I think he is at a point where he is good. Like, this is all he can give. Like, he's just telling reporters, like, genuinely. And I think Kyle Neubeck did a good job of pressing him a little bit. But I think from his standpoint, this is all he can give. This is all he has to offer. And I do think, Mike, there's a little bit of what you just said. I think in his mind, Joel Embiid looks good. He seems healthy. So I want him to play because he is my best player. So I get that from Nick Nurse. And Nick Nurse, too, like, look at his history. He's a guy who, if it weren't for Tom Thibodeau, he'd be a guy we'd probably be talking about a lot more as a guy who really likes to play his star players an awful lot. So I'm sure it's killing him that he can't have Joel Embiid available to him and to play in big minutes. Now, he did go through this with Kawhi Leonard, and that worked out extremely well. And look, I think a big part of it too, Mike, is Joel is a competitive guy. Nick Nurse is a competitive guy. They want to play. They want him to play. They want him to play big minutes. They want to win. And I think this is where, the stuff they've talked about where, keeping him healthy and all that and how people need to step in. I think perhaps if you're an optimist, you're looking at it as maybe this is a sign that people are stepping in and saying, hey, let's give him, whatever, another week, a few more days, and let's see where he really is. That's, again, if you're looking at a glass half full. So, I think Nick Nurse is just, I think this is all he can give. I think the answers he has are all he has for us right now.
Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers. I wonder, and would see where your take on this is. Look, this is what the fans have been asking for. Hey, this team can win 75 games this year, and people are going to say, I'll only believe in you if you do this in the playoffs. Is this the Sixers' way of saying, all right, you spoke, we're listening? And we're taking it to the extremes of basically saying we're going to make sure we can do everything we can to make sure he's healthy in those games that you're telling us you care about way more.
I think it's more about Joel. He told us in media day, he said that as soon as they were eliminated by the Knicks, he texted Daryl Morey and said, we need to do whatever we can to get me healthy to the playoffs. And I think in Daryl Morey's mind, he said, okay, bet, like, let's do that. Let's make sure you are as healthy as can be for the playoffs. But if you want to do that, these are the steps you have to take. And again, you don't have to go that far back in history, or even like, we all saw with Kawhi Leonard. He didn't play any back-to-backs that season. He took strategic games off for that Toronto team, and he was a world beater in the playoffs. He was sensational. Hits that enormous shot against the Sixers and helps that team win its only championship. So I think when you look at historically, there's a really good example of this working somewhere. And so, yeah, I think, for the like I mentioned off the top with fans, most fans would sign up for this, right? Like, this is the plan they have been waiting for. But I understand why it's discouraging when it's the first games of the season and he's not playing. I think everyone's all about taking it slow and doing all that and doing whatever you can to keep him healthy. And like I said too, like, if in a week from now him and Paul George are playing and they look good and they're winning games, this is going to be a blip and no one's going to care. But if this is prolonged, if he's, if he comes back one game and then is out the next, it's going to raise some questions. So until we see it all, I think, again, fans are right to be dubious. But if it does turn out to be a situation where he's going to be, this is quote unquote part of the plan, and he'll be okay going forward, and this is really going to help him, then yeah, I think every fan's going to, forget about this and be ready for the rest of the season and the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd be remiss to not say, look, we've ruled out that there is an injury they're not telling us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ruling that out with maybe like an asterisk because, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know for sure. The team is saying there is no new injury. So, let's hope that's the case. I don't like, giving them the benefit of the doubt has been dangerous in the past. So, like, I don't know if I want to go quite that far. I don't believe it to be a new injury. I just think too, like you only have so much meniscus in your knee, right? And he has gotten this surgery. He's gotten the procedure done and gotten it snipped twice already. At a certain point, like, there's only going to be, the meniscus is not going to regenerate. It's gone. And so you're going to get that kind of bone on bone knee action if you're not too careful. So I just think, I would believe it if it's just, okay, we have to manage this because we don't want it to be a situation where it's bone on bone and where it increases the chances that he's going to get hurt. So I think this is very much in line with that Kawhi Leonard plan. And this also sets them up so that when there is a back-to-back and they have to sit him, they're not getting phone calls from the league or getting fines from the league saying, whoa, why is this guy not playing? He doesn't have an injury. Well, it's like, oh, well, listen, he's got this knee situation. We're trying to manage him throughout the year. So I think there's a little bit of that, CYA action with the Sixers where they're covering their bases to make sure that when those games happen, when he does have to sit, the league's already well aware. This is his situation. He's gotten 2 meniscus surgeries. We're being really careful, and we're managing it as best we can.
All right, Paul Hudrick, obviously no Embiid, no George, but are they more equipped? They were awful last year without Embiid. They went out and got Drummond. They have other pieces. Is this team equipped to be a competitive team when Joel Embiid is not in the lineup?
Far more equipped than they were last year. I think that's a pretty easy thing to say. It's funny. We were doing predictions for Liberty Ballers, and we were asked to predict win total. And I said 50. I look at it like this. They won 47 last year. And think about that stretch without Embiid and how disastrous that was. Because Paul Reed and Mo Bamba simply weren't good enough. Imagine having a guy like, if you would have put Andre Drummond in for those two guys, that would have completely changed the course of the end of the season. And by the way, the Sixers very much tried to get Andre Drummond here, but the Chicago Bulls clearly don't know what the hell they're doing, and they didn't want draft picks and instead let Andre Drummond walk in free agency. But anyway, I just think about the fact that, they would have won more games last year. They wouldn't have been a 7 seed last year if they had Andre Drummond. So think about it now where, you have a situation where you're managing Joel Embiid and you're kind of picking and choosing the games he's not going to play, and you can get Andre Drummond ready for those, although it didn't seem like he was quite ready to perhaps play on opening night. But you could have a guy like that who's an NBA veteran, who has started many games in this league, who's been an all-star, to have a guy like that who can give you starting caliber minutes when Embiid doesn't play, that's significant. Like, right? Like, that off the bat is big. And then I look up and down the roster. I mean, you look at, Eric Gordon, an elite 3-point shooter who can handle himself on both ends of the floor. Bringing back Kyle Lowry, getting a guy like a Yabusele, who's a little bit of a wild card, but I think is going to help this team. Caleb Martin, I think, is going to be a tremendous addition. So I do think just up and down the roster, it being so much deeper and better, I think they are much more prepared for Joel Embiid absences than they were at any point last year for sure.
Yeah, and, you got Reggie Jackson, a veteran player who's given playoff minutes. You got McCain, the young kid. We'll see what ends up happening with him. Ricky Council, people liked him at the end of last year. There's definitely a lot more interesting pieces on this team for sure. You watched Boston last night. You saw the Knicks last night. Where do you stack Philly against those two teams right now?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear Boston made sure everyone knew that, hey, they are still very much the team to beat, right? Like they are the creme de la creme of the East right now. And until someone shows otherwise, they have to have that title. I mean, it is their conference. Everyone else is chasing. Now, the Knicks, I think, are going to be in maybe even a tougher spot than the Sixers because they're integrating enormous pieces into this roster with Mikal Bridges, who worried about that jump shot. That didn't look so great. It hasn't looked great. And then you have, Karl-Anthony Towns, who's going to have to integrate. The backup center situation is going to be rough with no Mitchell Robinson for a while there. They lost their best 3-point shooter in Dante DiVincenzo. They're going to take some time to gel. It's going to be a minute. And I think the Sixers are in a similar boat. Like the Sixers, more than half of their roster is new, right? Like they're going to have to take some time. They're going to have to figure some stuff out. So I think, and I feel the same way I've kind of felt all summer. It's Boston is up here. And then I think a notch below are the Sixers and the Knicks. I think the Bucks are right there too. And then you have all these really good young teams that are going to be feisty. I mean, Orlando is going to be a challenge to play against. The Cavs, the Pacers, and then the Heat just won't die. I mean, they're still hanging around. So I think overall, Mike, like the East is going to be way better than it was last year. I think it's going to be really competitive. And if guys stay healthy, look, all the credit in the world to Boston. They deserve to win that series, but there were so many injuries along the way. Jimmy Butler in the first round, Tyrese Halliburton, in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I'm missing a team in there. Oh, and then Donovan Mitchell being out, with the Cavs. So they had all of that. So I'm curious to see how it looks when those guys are healthy, right? And like when the East is fully loaded and all these guys can play. I think it's going to be a much more difficult route out of the Eastern Conference than it's been.
The one thing I will, they went out and got all these different pieces that you just chronicled. Part of this is you got a Boston team that's played together. The continuity's there. You talked about it with the Knicks. You would think the Sixers, you add Paul George. You just said, we're going for this. And then this is their plan to get there. It seems kind of a backwards mindset of, we're going to go spend money to bring a guy in here, but we're not going to play these guys that much together, so we're not going to have enough continuity. It almost seems counterproductive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, look, I think, if they don't play back-to-backs, that's like 15 games. And I would imagine.
Not necessarily back-to-backs, just like, and if this is the way they're going to handle this with Joel and kind of, Paul is not you, Paul, but Paul George is, we think, is really got a reason for sitting out tonight. But if you're kind of dancing around Embiid and not giving them maximum opportunities to play with each other, that's a tough thing to see, to get that chemistry that you need to beat a team like Boston.
Yeah, but if I'm being honest, I'm more worried about the rest of the roster. Kind of because I think Paul George is, and you've heard a million people say it, but he is the most plug and play star in the NBA. Like you could drop him on any roster in the NBA and he'd fit because he can shoot threes at a high level off catch and shoot. He can make off the dribble a little bit. He's an excellent wing defender that can guard multiple positions. Like this is he's 34 years old. He's not the guy he once was. But this is a guy like I said, I mean that literally. You could drop him on any team in the NBA and he would be a fit. So I think from that perspective, I'm not as worried about him and Joel Embiid playing together. I'm more worried about the rest of the pieces and to see how they fit. And to your point, how they fit off Joel. Caleb Martin is a guy who I think is a really good player. And I think similar to George in that I think he would be a fit on most teams, but I still want to see him playing next to Joel Embiid. I want to see what Yabusele. I mean, that's a really intriguing guy. I want to see what that looks like. KJ Martin is a guy we haven't even mentioned yet, who I think is in line for a pretty decent role off the bat. I want to see what he looks like with Joel Embiid. So I'm not as worried about a Paul George, Joel Embiid fit because I think they're going to fit extremely well. But to your bigger point, I am worried when you have a team that, half the roster is new guys. How are they going to fit with the best player on the team? How's that going to work? I think that's my bigger concern.
All right, Paul Hudrick, another season is here. The Sixers tonight, 7:30 tip. You can listen to Tom McGinnis on the call at 7:30 tonight. Sixers, Bucks, no Middleton for them, I think. He's out tonight as well to start things off. And, of course, another season of Sixers basketball on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Paul, good to see you, buddy.
Likewise, Mike. Take care, man.
Paul, of course, covers the Sixers for Liberty Ballers, and you can check out all their coverage of the Sixers this season. And right here, Paul Hudrick will be back on the Sports Bash. Our Sixers insider, Michael Kasky-Blomain, he will be at the Wells Fargo Center tonight, or the Center, or whatever they're calling it. He will be there with the insight on the Sixers all season long. We'll have Michael Kasky-Blomain and Paul Hudrick and Mark Jackson and the coach and all that stuff here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, the Sports Bash has plenty more to go, including coming up. We've got football at 4 with Geoff Mosher today. You're not going to want to miss what Mosher has to add about the RPO. Is the RPO something that is failing the Eagles, and can it be fixed? One insider tells you why he does not think that Jalen Hurts is going to figure it out. You'll hear that coming up on the other side on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call them at 609-390-3907, online at broadleafs.net.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Free ball, he rattles it in. Kelly Oubre with his third three. Maxey with the dish.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal.
smooth.
The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween. Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh,
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
economical.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning is your trusted source for generations, and they are ready to keep you comfortable this fall. Schedule your heater tune-up today, and if you're ready to upgrade your HVAC system, act now. The NEIF financing program is back for qualifying ACE customers, offering 0% financing for 84 months with no money down, but only while funds last. So call Broadleaf's today, your local factory-authorized Bryant dealer. For a free quote, call 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two have geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live videos at Mike Gill Show, YouTube at Mike Gill Show, hashtag SP Live. Breaking news on the Sixers. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, the NBA is set to begin an investigation later this week into whether the Sixers are in violation of player participation policy surrounding Joel Embiid. I mean, they're basically saying, okay, you're telling us he's not hurt. There's no injury here. Why is he not playing? And we'll see where this ends up, as Shams Charania just reporting this moments ago on ESPN. And that is the way this season is starting. It's a very interesting way to start the season. You're supposed to have a kumbaya, welcome back. You got the home game tonight. The Bucks are in town. Everybody's excited to see this Paul George, Joel Embiid pairing. And you got the league investigating your team to see whether there are any nefarious acts going on here.
And, Mike, it goes back to the thing that Q Myers said to you about 50 minutes ago, which is,
if the league just came out, if the Sixers just came out and said, this is what's going on, nobody would care, right? Nobody would be like, what's going on here? But it's almost like the Sixers are drawing unnecessary attention to themselves because they are handling it this way.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is they've come out and basically said nothing. They didn't give you like, his knee is kind of not responding. But as Shams he was just talking about on the television side, which was, this is the Sixers' plan. They have tried everything. He has not been healthy, and this is what they are doing differently. I don't know that the NBA is going to be okay with that. Hey, we got a guy who's not hurt, but we just want to make sure that he's not playing too much. That doesn't sound like a recipe for NBA success in the minds of the commissioner.
It doesn't even make sense. Like the way you verbalized it, Mike. Like, I know what you're saying because we see the Sixers every day, but as a general principle, saying that to anybody about any athlete just sounds ridiculous.
All right, coming up, it is football at 4. Dan Orlovsky said something this morning that was a little eye-opening about the Eagles and the RPO. He gives an example how the Eagles' RPO has changed because of something you may not realize. We'll talk to Geoff Mosher about that coming up. Plus, I think the Nuggets are back today. Nicky Nuggets is feeling good. I got my NFL Fine 5. Ugly 5, 5 o'clock hours on the way. 4 o'clock hours on the way. This 3 o'clock hour has been brought to you by our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
Let it go, and then it's caught into the touchdown. A.J. Brown. When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Broadlee's is your trusted source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, and your go-to Mitsubishi Electric Elite Diamond Contractor in South Jersey. Say goodbye to fossil fuel burning systems and switch to a qualified all-electric, all-climate heat pump from Mitsubishi Electric with 0% financing for 84 months. Plus, if you make the switch before year-end, qualify for up to $2,000 back in federal tax credits. Call Broadlee's today for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadlees.net.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Well, I do now. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first, before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
The way that Philadelphia ran it, their double teams would be so far downfield. I just remember the San Francisco game and being like, dude, they are double teaming the defensive tackle. He's 5 yards downfield. And then Jalen can still throw the slant behind it.
Interesting stuff. Dan Orlovsky on the Dominic Foxworth podcast, they discussed the changes in the illegal man downfield rules as to why Jalen Hurts is struggling with the RPO game. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. It's time for Football at 4. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, you know, Jeff, when they described what has happened here, of what they were able to do in 2022 and what has happened last year and now, the discussion really centered around whether or not that is a play that Jalen Hurts will be able to continue to run this RPO when you cannot have the deception of the linemen that they're calling these illegal men downfield. And they believe that one of the reasons they were so good at it was because that was not a very big point of emphasis a couple of years ago, and they got away with really being deceiving with their RPOs.
Yeah, I would agree and disagree sort of with their assessment. I did watch the clip. I think this was with also Dominic Foxworthy, correct?
Yes,
and they were sort of, yeah. So if you go back to 2022 when they were successful with it, and even before that, you know, they ran a lot of them, as people remember, with Nick Foles when he took over for Carson Wentz on the way to the Super Bowl. A lot of teams were running those RPOs that they were describing, which were the sort of fake handoff slants. And yes, the offensive linemen were heading way up the field. So the Eagles weren't the only team benefiting from that. And they just happened to have a great offensive line, a quarterback who could run. So there was deception involved. And then he was throwing those slants over the middle. as they were mentioning, as the linebackers were getting sucked in, or the defensive linemen were getting blocked downfield. And to your point, yeah, I think that they called it a rule change, and I don't think it was a rule change. I think it was more of a reinforcement that you're not allowed to be that many yards downfield if you're a lineman and your quarterback is passing the ball.
Yeah, that's
So
what I said the same thing. I was saying the same thing. I didn't realize that they changed or adjusted the rule. Maybe it's just something that's more of a point of emphasis.
Yes, because I think, as teams were starting to do it, 2016, probably 15, 17, 18, and getting more creative and more advanced with it and then just using it more, it kind of did get lost in the wash. And I think the officials were realizing, and the league was realizing that this was happening, not just with the Eagles, but a lot of the teams that were running them. And so, yeah, they started to reinforce the rule. So I do agree that the reinforcement of the rule has hurt the Eagles and other teams that were doing that. But I will say, and this goes beyond this year, even as early as last year and coming off the Super Bowl, they had already started its run different looking RPOs anyway, just because they knew people were going to play different defenses. They were going to try to, guard against it. You were already starting defenses, using the offseason stuff. You had to better defend RPO. So the Eagles were doing things like pulling and trapping linemen, right? Which normally is not something you would see. RPO is so quick, you wouldn't normally see a lineman pull, but they were trying to get that timing down and make it look a little bit like a real run as opposed to an RPO. So they've done some creative things, and there are times where they've still been able to hit on RPOs. But, it's funny that we're talking about this because there were a couple of RPOs in the Giants game that I thought the Eagles had a chance to really hit on and make some hay, and it really wasn't about the lineman not being able to get downfield. It was about the quarterback not really seeing it or wanting to throw to the open guy on the RPO. So I think that they've done what they can to at least freshen up the RPO looks and clean up the lineman downfield and still give defenses a different look. But it's clearly not as prolific as a weapon as it used to be for that reason I just described, and also because of the crackdown.
Yeah, and it's funny because they ran the ball so well. We talked about it Monday about the fact that this is a team that we know they can run the ball. That's not something that we're questioning anymore. We know they have great weapons. So it seems that we're coming to a point where we ask that question, is the quarterback kind of holding this team back from ultimately being the best version of themselves?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. Is he holding them back? If there are open guys and you're not going to pull the trigger, then yeah. But I don't want to also suggest, and I feel like after we talked on Monday, maybe people may have gotten the wrong impression. I'm not trying to suggest that Jalen Hurts is a bad quarterback.
No.
Average quarterback. Either.
Right. I think that's the problem.
Plays that help them.
That's the problem is when they went to the Super Bowl, he was a great quarterback, and if he's not a great quarterback, is this version good enough?
It remains to be seen. I had this chat with Adam on the podcast that dropped this morning that I think I'm kind of resigned to the fact that I don't really think the Eagles' pass offense is just going to get a whole lot crisper. I could be wrong about that, and maybe it does with more comfort. I just think that we've seen now for a year and a half that it's just not the same, and now that you've advanced your offense a little bit and the quarterback hasn't advanced himself in his fifth year, that it's going to be a struggle. But there are so many weapons on the field, Mike, and as evidenced against the Giants, who have a very good defense, right? If you can get 4 or 5 big plays a game, like you did against the Giants, like you did against the Browns, another really good defense, if you can score yourself 24-28 a game because you make the 4 to 5 big plays, even if the other 40 plays that you run aren't so great, then you're probably going to give yourself a chance to win games and even win games against good teams with good defenses. So you can't rule it out, but it's certainly not going to be like a real fluid poetry in motion like offense. I don't think they're going to get to that point.
Well, and that's the thing, most. It's like you look at Detroit. They got really good receivers, they got good skill players, they're 2 running backs, their line's good. But the quarterback is playing at a ridiculous level. If he's not playing well, then you're probably asking questions. They're scoring 30-some points a game. Why? Because the quarterback's playing well. The Eagles have just as much offensive talent as Detroit does. Why are they not on the same level? And I get it. They've had some injury issues, which has kind of clouded the conversation.
Yeah, they have had injury. But even when they're healthy, even in the Green Bay game when they scored a lot of points, that was a struggle, right? They had the early turnovers in the game. They weren't crisp the whole game. They were a big play offense in that game too. And you're asking why, and that's really it. I mean, we can peel back the layers of the onion and say, well, why isn't the quarterback playing at a higher level? Is it that he's stubborn? Is it that it's coaching? I know everybody wants to talk about coaching. It's the big coaching stinks, but yet the coaches keep changing every year and nothing is getting better. So I always ask the people who keep telling me that the coaching stinks, like, what are the Eagles supposed to do? Hire more coaches? Because then people complain that there's too many coaches year after year and you can't get comfortable with it. So I don't know how it could be the coaching that stinks year after year after year when there are always different coaches. And the two guys that got coaching now on offense and defense have both had multiple number one either offenses or defenses in past places. So that one doesn't compute to me. But the bottom line is this is what we've got. And I think that if the Eagles can get, say, 20% better offensively, Mike, then that gives them an even better chance to beat those good teams when they have to play them. But don't you think it's kind of interesting that the Eagles are not favored to beat the Bengals, who have a worse record, even though the Bengals are at home and the Eagles are coming off 2 straight wins? I mean, that to me says that nationally people look at the Eagles and think this is not a well-oiled machine.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is in there, the fact, and I know this is doesn't seem like to compute, but the fact that they've been demoted off of the game, it might have a little bit to do with the opponent, but generally
twice.
Right. They generally want Philadelphia on prime time. You're right. I mean, they're saying, no, the point is this team's a tough team to watch. They're not fun. They're not entertaining. Let's get somebody else that has a little bit more pizzazz, somebody else that we can promote. I can't promote Jalen Hurts. This team's not fun to watch.
And I was surprised by it, too, because by market size alone and viewership alone, you thought the NFL wouldn't make that switch. And then the fact that they're doing it twice in consecutive weeks, I mean, there's a lot of star power, to your point, when the Eagles play the Bengals, right? I mean, just the wide receivers alone, you're not going to find 4 better, like a quartet of wide receivers going against each other between the Bengals and the Eagles, but there are a lot of non-believers in both of those teams nationally, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I think, you look at what this team is right now, it's a team that's growing because the offense, with the injuries, they might look at us 3 weeks from now and say, see, you just live us a little bit of time to kind of, get to it. Now, let's get into the next point about this offense growing. I don't know if it's ever going to get there. We got offensive line issues. How's this line holding up without Mailata, and now you got Becton, you had Steen playing there. What do you think of where this offensive line? I saw Pro Football Focus, which for the last 15 years has had the Eagles 1, 2, or 3. They're down at number 12 right now, so they're suggesting this line has had some issues.
And we talked about that, right? In all summer long as we previewed, the big question was going to be, hey, you lost Jason Kelce. You have uncertainty at right guard. So you no longer have 5 Pro Bowlers across the board. Lane Johnson getting a little older. And what happens if there's an injury? We talked about depth. I thought the Eagles – I'm taking this account. The Giants have a very good front four. We knew they were leading the NFL in sacks per pass attempt going into the game. We know that they gave the Bengals, who are a good offense, some trouble. The Bengals only scored 17 points. And one of them was a flukish rushing touchdown of 47 yards by Burrow. So I thought the Eagles, from a run blocking standpoint, did okay against the Giants. And I thought from a pass blocking standpoint, after the first quarter, Fred Johnson settled in a little bit. They gave him some help. And honestly, I don't think there's a big drop-off, if any, from Mekhi Becton to Tyler Steen. That's not me saying that Mekhi Becton's bad. I'm just saying I thought Tyler Steen went in there and did a nice job. He didn't show up for bad reasons. There were a couple of blocks where you're like, hey, all right, he's playing with some physicality. So I don't see it as too much of an issue, but definitely against the Bengals at left tackle with Fred Johnson going up against Trey Hendrickson, who's one of the premier pass rushers in the league. Yeah, you're going to have some concerns there.
Yeah, and by the way, Tyler Steen, I think, has done a pretty good job. We'll see what happens with Fred Johnson on that left tackle spot. I think Juergens, though, you haven't heard much about him, and that's generally a good thing when you're talking about offensive linemen. And I've seen some plays when you watch back, they're pulling him out, so they trust him with the playbook.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously had a big block on a corner back on that Saquon Barkley big first run, the 55-yard run, the kick-out block. It was very Jason Kelsey-ish, where he showed the athleticism to get to that second level pretty quickly, and then, obviously a close to 300-pound man on a cornerback is always going to be a winning situation, and he made a heck of a – he didn't just block him, right? He got him and mauled him to the ground. Now, if you go watch their inside running game against the Giants, you'll see struggles there. But Jason Kelsey had those same issues whenever he had to face a 340-pound nose tackle playing head up. So you can scheme your way around that, and it's part of the you live with that to get the outside kickouts and the cover-ups at the second level and the athletic movement at the center position. But he's not Jason Kelsey. I'm not trying to say it's something one for the other. And there have been times in pass pro and in run blocking up the middle that Cam has struggled a little bit, and very rarely do you see him have to single block a big defensive tackle. He's usually getting help.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. It's football at 4. Would you consider, as much as we're talking about this is an interesting conversation I was having with somebody the other day. They have 40-yard passes, most in the league, these big runs that they get from Barkley seemingly. Is this a big play offense?
100%. I mean, absolutely.
Is that what they want to be, though? Is that what they want? Is it? Hey, listen, we're clunky, we're this, but we can hit you at any time. We're a big play off. I mean, they scored 28 points the other day, and you're kind of like, I don't even remember how they scored.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two schools of thought on that, and they're sort of obvious, but I'll say it anyway. Like, if you're a coach, an offensive coach, right, and your job is to coach the Eagles, and somebody looks into a crystal ball and says, listen, you are going to struggle to sustain drives. You are not going to win time of possession like you did 2 years ago, but you're going to average 28 points a game because you get explosive plays. Will you sign up for it? Hell yeah. Right? I mean, 28 points a game is 28 points a game no matter how you slice it. And if you do it against a good defense like the Giants, you take it, right? So, but there, I'm sure, are some people – I'm sure Kellen Moore, Mike, is a little bit at the end of his frustration rope as to how he can get his offense to be balanced, not just explosive, because you're just worried about that one game. Well, what happens – here's what you worry about. Well, what happens if A.J. Brown gets hurt again? What happens if Devontae Smith gets hurt? What happens if Saquon gets hurt? Because we've already seen when you take some of the big play players out of that big play offense,
right,
it is not a high-scoring machine. So part of that crystal ball that we talked about involves, do all my players stay healthy? Is that why I'm scoring 28 points a game? But I'm sure Kellen Moore, Mike, would love to just have his offense function the way it's drawn up, have his quarterback hit the reads that are there, that are easy or simple, made for him to hit. I'm pretty sure he would like to have that, because you just never know. If you're a big play offense, you might A, run into that injury, or B, run into that day where your big playmakers drop the ball. You just never know. And you don't want to have to rely on that.
Yeah, and it's like, the run game seems to be a big play. It's Barkley, and Adam was on the other day. He's like, hey, they get 2, they get 3, they get 4, they get 64. That's just who he is. They're adding wrinkles to that run game. Van Sumeren blocking a little bit under center. So I think that run game is evolving. The pass game, 10 of 14. You have the big pass to Brown a couple weeks in a row, but it seems like you're ignoring that, man, you take a lot of sacks, and, man, you're missing a lot of plays out there in the pass game.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, again, most coaches want a buttoned-up operation. They want less feast or famine, more sustainability. Think about what it does for your defense, especially if you are able to sustain drives, if you are able to keep the offense on the field. And by the way, if you're only a big play offense, and it's great if you're up by 14 going into the fourth quarter, but what happens now if you're trying to take time off the clock? If you're trying to work the ball down the field so you're not giving a ball back to your opponent because you happen to be playing the Lions, right? Or somebody else who, if you give them that opportunity to get the ball back, they will capitalize on it. And that's sort of your big fear with this Eagles team right now.
Defensively, give me a let me ask you about Nolan Smith and Huff. They both made their appearance the other day. The answer Fangio gave yesterday seems to think that he's more excited about Nolan Smith and hates Bryce Huff's guts.
Vic can't cover it up, can he?
I mean, geez. Hey, man, this guy was great. He had a power move, and he did this, and blah, blah, blah. And Bryce Huff was on the field because they passed more. That's all I got.
Yeah. I think it's more about an expectation thing, though. Believe it or not, Nolan Smith was working with a more bare cupboard than Bryce Huff, because at least Bryce Huff with the Jets, had a resume, and Nolan Smith did not have one at all. And the sack that Nolan Smith got against Daniel Jones, I think it was in the first quarter, maybe early in the second. It was a speed to power rush, Mike, meaning he got a good get off, but he put his hands into the left tackle, Azudu, drove him back, and then sacked Jones. So it was actually good coverage on the play too that allowed him to do that. But the point being is, if you had seen Nolan Smith just complete speed beat this guy around the edge without even getting his hands on him, then you would be like, you're talking about Josh Azudu there. I mean, you're already saying it's just Josh Azudu. But the fact that he showed you something that he's been pretty deficient at, which is getting his hands into the chest of a lineman and driving him back, that's really good progress for him. Now, it's just one, and it's a backup left tackle who's really a guard.
Yeah.
So we can couch this a little bit. But, again, I think the fact that you saw that he had it there, and maybe he's been working really hard and he's been trying to, perfect this, is probably for Vic more of all right, I've seen this guy finally working on it, and it happened, so I know it can happen more if he continues to work on it.
All right, so I'm interested to see this matchup because the Bengals' offensive line is not very good. This is an area where they struggle. 13 sacks in 2 weeks. Vic, though, as you said, he can't hide it. He said, well, Daniel Jones holds the ball pretty long. I mean, so it's more a byproduct of Jones not being very good than us being able to get to the quarterback. But this should be another game. If they are really growing and he's finding out ways, they should be able to get to Burrow, who, by the way, is having like an MVP type of season. They've won 3 out of 4 since going 0-3 to start the season. They're all 7 games, though, have been decided by 10 or fewer points. So they play close games, which is weird because they got a lot of talent, but their offensive line is the reason why they're playing a lot of close games. But Burrow, 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. But this should be a week that you can get to Burrow. So I guess my question will be, do you get to Burrow by sending guys and trying to, make him get the ball out, or do you think they can get home with 4?
I think you have to at least try to get home with 4 first before you start blitzing Joe Burrow, because you start blitzing Joe Burrow and leaving one-on-one coverage or certain areas of the field void for guys like T. Higgins and guys like Jamar Chase. They have a tight end who I really like named Eric All. He's another in that long line of Iowa tight ends. He just got hurt his last year, so he didn't have, say, the resume of a George Kittle or a Font or a Hawkinson. But he's pretty good, and you're starting to see him play a lot more because Gesicki can't really block. But that's another guy. Gesicki can catch. He can route you up, and he can catch. So you blitz Joe Burrow, he's going to make you pay. So you're going to have to try your hardest, especially with them having injuries at left tackle. If Orlando Brown doesn't play, they're going to play Cody Ford at left tackle. And we discussed on the podcast today, personnel people have told us when the Bills drafted Ford out of Oklahoma, they viewed him as a right guard, maybe right tackle, definitely a right side player, not a left tackle. So there will be a good advantage here that you want to be able to capitalize on, and you would rather not have to blitz to do that. So that's how I think the game will start, and then we'll just have to see. I think that Zach Taylor is a really good play caller. It wouldn't surprise me if watching the film, Zach Taylor said we need to get back to hurting the Eagles with the quick game like the Bucs did, like the Falcons did, and some other teams earlier in the year, and then try to hit them deep. So it'll be an interesting cat and mouse game, and I think that, for everybody, including yourself, myself, who said, the last 2 games, it's kind of hard to know or really know because of the opponent. Like the Eagles' defense, is it really that much better, or is it that the Browns and Giants just stink offensively? I think we'll probably have a better, clearer idea of that after this game against the Bengals.
Sure will. This Bengals team, I think, is pretty good if they can get their health back. Their offensive line, though, is a big problem. We'll hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase, the last time they played, A.J. Brown went for 142. It was his last game as a Titan. He then got traded after that 142-game performance. Kind of odd that you would trade a man after 142 yards in a playoff game, but that's what ended up happening. They're going to play against each other on Sunday. By the way, Chase Brown, Sidney Brown, brothers, they will play against each other in the game on Sunday as well. Chase Brown is the running back who took over for Joe Mixon there. He's having a nice year. They don't run the ball a whole heck of a lot. They've got two good receivers. The Eagles have two good receivers. We're breaking it down all week on Football at 4. Mosher's on tomorrow for Andrew, so we'll have a little bit more on the matchups. I got a lot of numbers and facts and figures about this matchup that I've been studying to get ready for this game, and we'll talk to Mosher tomorrow for Football at 4. All right, buddy.
All right, Mike, take care.
There he goes. Geoff Mosher, everybody, from the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com, getting you ready. For the people who are watching the video, you see scrolling at the bottom of the screen, LaShawn McCoy, 2011. You had him as the top running back yardage-wise in terms of Saquon Barkley had 176 yards last game against the Giants. 658 yards. It's the most rushing yards in the first 7 games of the season by an Eagles player since LaShawn McCoy had 754 back in 2011. So you're talking about the all-time leading rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles. Barkley is a little short of that. He's just under 100 yards short of that. But this could be a game where there's some yards on the ground. We'll talk more about that all week long on Football at 4. I'm really interested in this matchup. This is a matchup. This is a Bengals team like the Eagles. They have talent, and you're confused as to why they aren't better. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow with Moshe, Friday with Kaplan, Football at 4, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform. At Mike Gill Show, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive. Listen to every Eagles game all season long. Listen to the Sixers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, no Embiid, no Paul George, but this season is back, and Football at 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. This hour is brought to you by Jersey Cow. Another beautiful day. It's like 75 degrees outside. How about some ice cream tonight? Feels like a summer night. Get your ice cream at Jersey Cow in Northfield and Brigantine. They're open until 10 o'clock. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. All right, when we come back, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back here on the Sports Bash.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Kids, work, running errands, sitting in traffic. Life is busy. Shore Physicians Group wants you to take time for your health. Shore Physicians Group offers the highest level of quality, compassionate care close to home with convenient locations in Margate, Marmora, Mays Landing, Northfield, Ocean City, and Summers Point. Life is busy. Take time for your health. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com and make your appointment today.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler with 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like a $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even a $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles on the road Sunday as they take on Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Philadelphia sitting at 4-2, and they've won back-to-back games. Bengals have won 3 of their last 4 after starting the season 0-3. Saquon Barkley third in the NFL in rushing yards, and the Eagles have the second-best rushing offense in the league. NHL, the Flyers will be in Washington tonight to take on the Capitals. The two teams played Tuesday in Philadelphia, but the Flyers lost 4-1. They now have lost 5 straight. Travis Sanheim scored Philadelphia's only goal. You can hear tonight's game on our sister station, Rock 104.1. NBA, the Sixers opening up the regular season tonight, hosting the Milwaukee Bucks. Center Joel Embiid has been ruled out for tonight's game and could miss the next 3 as he manages his knee for the upcoming season. Philadelphia will also be without forward Paul George, who suffered a bone bruise last week at a preseason game. Catch the season opener tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through sculpture gardens, gardens, and loop-de-loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Temperatures will take a noticeable step downward tomorrow. Another big blustery cool down arrives this weekend. Still little to no rain anytime soon. Partly cloudy skies tonight. Maybe an isolated shower, but nothing more than that. Low temperature dips to 57. Clouds will give way to sunshine tomorrow. Breezy and cooler, we only make it to 66. Friday looks sunny and seasonable with a high of 64. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The NBA is set to start an investigation later this week into the Philadelphia 76ers and this situation surrounding Joel Embiid and whether they are in violation of the player participation policy.
That was Sham Charania from ESPN breaking it all down. The NBA going to do a little investigative work on the Sixers' decision to not play Joel Embiid. They said he's not on the injured list. Why is he not playing in the opener tonight? It's time for Knicks Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Nuggets, you going Nicky Nosebleeds tonight there for the game? A couple of nights sick. You healthy enough to go to the game?
I'm healthy enough to go to the game. I'm feeling a little bit better today, much better than I was over the past couple of days. So we're ready to rock. We'll be in the nosebleeds tonight, even without Embiid and Paul George.
Now, did you buy the tickets before you found out the Embiid news?
Yes, I did. So I paid a little extra beforehand.
Oh, what did they? I saw they were like $29.
$29. I probably paid about $25 more than that.
Okay, well, all right.
Not
Did
too
they
bad.
drop? Did they drop with the Embiid news?
Yes, they dropped with the Embiid news. They were more expensive before you knew that George and Embiid were officially out. I was going no matter what. Like I was going. I could be as sick as I was a couple of days ago in bed. I was going to find a way to go to that game.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was definitely a punch in the gut for the people who bought the tickets thinking you're getting the big three and you're getting really one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan, it stinks you're not going to get to see Paul George and Joel Embiid. But you know what? I'm not complaining. You can't complain about Joel Embiid sitting out, Paul George sitting out. The whole thing we've, as a fan base, have been complaining about for months, years, however long it's been, is that these players need to be healthy. Embiid needs to be healthy for the playoffs in April. That's everyone. You can't complain. I saw you tweeted out yesterday. I'm 1,000% with you. Like, who cares? It's October. It's the first game of the season. You got a long way to go. I'm not worried that he's not playing. Now, the NBA, they have some different thoughts. And we talked about it. We heard the audio coming out of the break there from Josh that he played. Listen, I can understand why why people are upset with the way the 76ers have handled it. But for Embiid's sake, you want him as healthy as possible at the end of the year. I don't care that he sits out. But the NBA, they are not going to love it. And you and I talked about that last week on the Nuggets.
Yeah, listen, Shams Charania, the NBA is going to begin an investigation this week into whether the Sixers are in violation of player participation, which means if you're not on the injured list, you know, they don't want guys load managing. They don't want guys sitting out. Why is he not scheduled to play tonight, Friday, and Sunday if he has no injury designation? Good. The NBA deserves to go in there and figure out what's going on here. The Sixers' answer of the why he's not playing is, well, no answer. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous that they put nothing out there as to why he's not playing. Look, if you're telling us there's no injury and nothing happened, then why is he not playing in the game, not only tonight, Friday and Sunday per Shams, that he's supposed to be out all three games?
Yeah, no, he's going to miss a ton of games here to start the season. And remember, this is a nationally televised game tonight. This is the home opener. Bucks, Sixers, they want their stars playing. They want the best of the best playing on opening night. Obviously, it started last night, but now you don't have the two of your top players in the league playing against Giannis tonight.
Listen, the guy was healthy enough to play in the Olympics. Then we've heard that he's lost about 30 pounds, correct?
Correct.
And so he played in the Olympics, which I don't have a problem with, okay? He plays in the Olympics with all the other greats. If those guys can play, my great can play too, okay? So don't tell me LeBron and Durant and Steph Curry and all those guys can play and my guy can't. No, my guy can play because he belongs on that level. He lost the weight, but he can't play in back-to-backs. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. That's a strategy. But he's not playing tonight and the rest of the week. The NBA should look into this and do whatever they have to the Sixers. It's a bad look for the team. It's a bad look for Embiid. It's a bad look all around for this whole mess. It's a whole disaster, and it's a mess. And listen, I think it's not being talked about enough. Nick Nurse answered the question the other day. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he said it. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, his frustration, we haven't played a game yet, and he's already frustrated.
No, I get it. And you know, that's the thing. The way the Sixers have handled it, that's what you can complain about as a fan. The way they've handled this and not being, not telling the fans where he's at and not, designating him injury. It's just injury management. It's a little fishy. They're not leading on to what I guess could be a bigger thing than it's been made out to be. They're trying to push it down. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. We're just managing his injury. Where'd the injury come from? I know he played through the Olympics. He came back last year during the postseason. We know he had surgery, etc. But they're not telling us something, and the NBA has every right to look into it. And the fans can be mad at the 76ers for the way they've handled this. They have handled Joel Embiid injuries in the past, playing him, not designating him, etc., horribly in the past, and they just continue to dig themselves a hole here when they handle the Embiid stuff. I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay that he's not playing here early on in the season, and your goal is to get him to April as healthy as possible. I'm fine with that. That's cool and all, but you should go through the right procedures and be transparent with the fans, with the NBA on what's going on. For some reason, they continue to botch this every single time, and people are just getting tired of it.
Well, they continue to botch it because nothing's been done about it. They have been able to be not not be transparent about this.
Yeah, but they've been fined in the past, Mike. They've been fined before.
That's not a big deal.
But they've been caught doing stuff, do it like this before. So it's not like the first time that the NBA's had to step in and say, what are you doing here with the designation of the injury? What's happening with Embiid? They've been fined in the past for instances like this. So this isn't the first time that the NBA's had to step in and take a look at the Sixers.
Well, whatever fine, it wasn't enough to deter them from changing their ways. And now maybe this will change. I don't know. Listen, to me, this is a big, a total oversight by the Sixers of how they handled this. They completely messed this up. To throw this the night before the game after people paid for now, opening night, you're going to sell out the place probably anyway. Right. But to try to deceive by trying to make it like this big three's playing, Paul George, okay, you can legitimately see he had an injury in that game and that he probably wasn't going to play. But for Joel Embiid to not be out there, and they knew this, if you knew he's not going to play the first 3 games, you knew that 2 weeks ago. There's no way you're telling me Monday you decided, you know what, I don't think Embiid's going to be ready to play for 3 games in a row. That had to be known, and it's just not fair to not tell people that. Listen, I don't care how you handle Embiid. You want to say he's not playing, he's not doing this, he's not doing that, and that's your plan? Hey, we are going to be extra cautious with Joel this year. That's our plan, but this is a joke. Whatever they came up with, this plan, rip it up and start over.
Yeah, the way they've handled it, the 76ers as an organization, not Embiid himself, the play, I'm cool with they want to, have him ready for the playoffs. They want to rest him on back-to-backs, not play every back-to-back. That's fine. I'm cool with that. That's all good and fine because the fans have been asking that for years because they want to see a postseason run. It's fine. In the NBA regular season, it is what it is at this point. Not too many people care anyway. So I understand that part. That's fine. But the way you just described it, to deceive, to not really, to go into this like, oh, he's not really telling the fans and what's going on and having ticket prices up here and then dropping them the day before. Come on, acting like he was going to play opening night and opening week, and being like wishy-washy on whether he was going to play. That's ridiculous. And the way they've handled it, now you have the NBA stepping in once again. That's what they've botched. That's what they've botched completely. The messaging and the way they've gone about their business with this so-called plan. That's the issue. It's not Embiid. It's not the idea of resting Embiid. It's the way they have executed the plan. They do not do things correctly over there. I don't know what goes on. I don't know how you could botch something like this and let everything go public. Oh, he's not going to play back-to-backs, all this stuff. Sometimes you need to keep things in-house or just be transparent as possible. Well, you pick one. Just pick one.
Yeah, the transparency on this one was
horrible.
Completely messed up.
Yeah, so, it is what it is. I'm still going. You know me. I went to every game he was injured last year anyway. There was no Embiid. There was no Maxey. They were playing a G League team out there, the 76ers. I'll be there.
Yeah,
so.
Listen, that's not going to and they listen, the Sixers know they have people like us. I'm going. I don't care who's playing, who's not playing, but I know there's other people that buy those tickets thinking, hey, I'm going to get to see Joel Embiid, and this might be the only game I go to, and you tell him the night before he's not playing. At least you had enough courtesy to say he's not playing Friday or Sunday either.
Yeah, you could have gave a little bit of advance notice here, and I would have saved a couple of bucks, but that's not the case, unfortunately.
I want the refunds. I want the Sixers to send out refunds to everybody who bought tickets before the announcement and, hook some people up.
So usually I budget for when I go to the game. I'm going to spend this amount on parking, etc. Now I got to get one less beer, Mike. Now I got to get one less beer because they up my ticket.
That's something that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
These teams, okay, if you're going to sit the guy out, load management, you better start discounting tickets and concessions and parking. On a night where you're telling me this guy's healthy enough to play, but we're not playing him, parking's $10 tonight instead of 20. If that guy's not playing, guess what? That beer is no longer 8, it's down to 4. If he's not playing and he's healthy enough to play, you better do something in return for me.
Yeah, exactly. Sixerflation, like deflation, Sixer deflation. That's what they need to do when Embiid's not playing. They got to bring the prices down a little bit. I'm all for that. That I think everyone can get on board with, especially if you're expecting to see the stars and all of a sudden they're not playing. It's crazy. So that's where we're at. It's not a Sixer season if we're not talking about injuries or anything like that and investigations into the team. I mean, this is just Sixers. There's so much drama always surrounding this franchise, and we haven't even played a game yet. There hasn't been one real game played yet. We're already starting with this stuff. It's incredible. I mean, it's some the dark clouds that surround this franchise is unreal. It's unbelievable. They just can't seem to escape it. All right. Let's move along to nugget number 2. We got to talk a little bit of Eagles. I missed the past couple of days. Great win on Sunday. Fantastic win. Beat the Giants. Beat down on them. Mike, first win by 2 scores, in 16 games. So 16 consecutive games. The Eagles have not won a game by more than 2 possessions. That was the first one in a long time. So big win for them. Now, the trade deadline comes up. It's on November 5th, a big day. We got the trade deadline for the NFL, election day, big day overall in the world of sports and the world in general, all right? But the Eagles, they've been floating around with some rumors. I've seen Cooper Kupp rumors. They need to add to the offense. I think the Eagles, obviously the defense has played great, but they still need to go out and get a pass rusher. I have one name that they could target for the trade deadline this year, and that is Zadarius Smith of the Cleveland Browns. That's a name they should go after. I've heard the Myles Garrett things. That might be a little over the top. He's ridiculous. I don't think the Browns will want to move on from Myles Garrett. But Zadarius Smith, little expensive. They'll have to basically admit, I don't think, Huff has worked out. So that's essentially what they admit if they go out and get a defensive lineman, but they need to add at this deadline. And I think Zadarius Smith would be a guy that they could target on the defensive line to add to this pass rush, add some veteran pass rushing for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, listen, I know Howie Roseman, we all believe that he's going to be on the phone, and I've seen a lot of different trade opportunities connecting them to wide receivers. Like you said, I've seen them, DeAndre Hopkins got traded today. There's been the third wide receiver. So wide receivers right now seem to be the hot thing. But yes, the Eagles need pass rush. Can they get a pass rusher somewhere in this trade market? I think that would be the big thing that if they can try to add. And a couple of years ago, they went out and got Robert Quinn. That didn't work. Last year, Kevin Byard. That didn't work. Those were 2 veteran names who they brought in. So these trades have not worked out for them. But they have tried to go down that route. But if they get a pass rusher in here, that would be the preferred thing. Can you go get someone that can rush the quarterback and do it with regularity and upgrade this pass defense? You can see how good the defense can be if they can get to the quarterback. 13 sacks in the last 2 weeks. They should be able to get to the quarterback this week too. This Cincinnati offensive line is not very good.
No, it's not. And the offensive thing, they do not need to go out and get another wide receiver. They have plenty of weapons on the offensive side. If they can't score with this offense, I don't know what to tell you at this point. I really don't, because you have A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, who had a monster day against his former team, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert gets back. He'll be in the mix as well. I mean, they have plenty of weapons on the offensive side. Jahan Dotson, they went out and got, hasn't really worked out a ton, but they have plenty of weapons. There's no excuses on the offensive side right now. There's just not. It comes down to execution and coaching at that point and play calling. That's the offense. They're fine. They don't need to add there. There's no reason to. Defense is where this team needs to add at the trade deadline if they go out and make a move.
Listen, I talked about this the other day. Look at the Lions' skill players, their offensive line. It is all working because of the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback has to elevate his play, or no matter how many weapons you keep giving him, it doesn't matter. Unless he is capable of elevating his play, you already got Brown, you got Smith, you got Barkley, you got Goddard, you have a good offensive line. What's holding you back? It's the quarterback. So, you're not changing him, so you better go out and get some better defense if you really think that you could be competitive with the run game, a couple big plays down the field. You're going to need some better defense if that's your formula.
If they commit to the run, if they commit to Saquon Barkley, we've seen in the past when this team commits to the run, it takes a little bit of pressure off Jalen Hurts, and he's able to go down the field to an A.J. Brown and make a big pass like that. It takes so much pressure off of Hurts when they're able to commit to the run and use the running backs effectively. And they've been doing that. That's why you go out and get a Saquon Barkley. You have Kenny Gainwell back there too. So if they do that, they'll be fine offensively. It's the defense I'm more concerned about because they're so young, because they made a ton of mistakes early in the season. I know they've had 13 sacks in 2 weeks, but they played 2 bad teams. And, when they're playing against those good teams, how much are they going to be able to get to the quarterback? That remains to be seen. If you can add there, that's where I think the Eagles will what they'll need to do at the trade deadline.
Yep, defense. Give me some more defense.
I am totally with you. So Darius Smith is my guy. I picked Estevez for the Phillies. Smith is my guy at this deadline for the Birds. All right.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Nugget number 3. We got the Dodgers and Yankees in the World Series, Mike. That's what we were asking for. I think baseball was asking for that. I think most people were asking for that World Series to happen. It's the 2 biggest markets, the 2 biggest stars, Judge versus Ohtani. Now, I have I got to ask this question. What's the worst sports handshake bet you've ever lost? Because I'm in the midst of a bet right now. I'm in the midst of a pact, Mike. If the Yankees win the World Series, I have to go to the parade and I have to wear Yankees gear.
Ooh.
Because I made a pact since middle school. We've kept this pact going since 7th grade. We've kept it going. I will have to go to the Yankees parade and wear Yankees gear. It's already happening if they win. So I'm rooting for the Dodgers in this one. Who you got? How many games? And what's the worst sports handshake bet you've lost?
Oh man, I don't know about the worst handshake bet that we've lost or I've lost. I have to think about that. Who wins and why? How many games? I think the Dodgers are the better team. The problem I have with the Dodgers is the pitching. Their pitching is just not that good. They don't have a ton of pitching. That's why I think the series could be elongated. I think in the end, they're the better team.
Yep.
But ultimately, I think it goes longer than maybe it could because their pitching's just not that good. I mean, they're pitching bullpen games like every other night, it seems like. I mean, how much longer can you get by throwing 8 guys a night? That's a hard way to go about it. They don't really even have a number one. Like, who's the guy that you're like, all right, this guy's the guy? Walker Buehler, Flattery, Yamamoto. I mean, none of those guys scream like, hey, here's our stopper. So I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I'm going to go Dodgers in 6. I think the Dodgers will come out on top. I just think they're a better team than the Yankees. The Yankees didn't really have a tough road, in my estimation, to the World Series, and the Dodgers are a really good team. I think they'll be able to overcome their pitching woes, and offensively, I still think they're a juggernaut as well. So I'll go Dodgers in 6 because I can't go to this parade. There's no way I could go to these fans in New York. I can't stand the Mets, the Knicks, the Yankees, any of them. Can't stand it. So I'm going Dodgers in 6.
All right, you can hear the World Series Game 1 Friday night after the Sixers right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, there's the Nuggets for today. Earnshaw's back tomorrow. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. We'll be back the rest of the week.
You keep losing all these bets.
I know. We're in a bad shape right now. We're not on a heater, that's for sure.
All right, Earnshaw's back tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's Sixers game day. And they take on the Bucks tonight. You can listen to all the action on 97.3 ESPN. Why does one NFL analyst think that Jalen Hurts is struggling in the RPO? You'll hear that coming up next. This hour of the show was brought to you by Jersey Cow. Beautiful day. Get out there and eat some ice cream. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. Brigantine, Northfield, open noon to 10 every day.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Free ball, he rattles it in. Kelly Oubre with his third 3. Maxey with the dish.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to
improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper University Healthcare. Together, we're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us. So make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two have geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccalilli Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccalilli Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Your business needs a network it can count on. Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like a $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even a $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Sounds great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock Sports Bash. John McMullen at 5:35 tonight will give us a report from the NovaCare complex. One Eagle, pretty key guy, not at practice today. We'll get into that coming up. What can the Eagles do against the Cincinnati Bengals? Well, we'll get into it. The Bengals have won 3 of 4 after a 0-3 start. All 7 games this year has been decided by 10 or fewer points. So the Bengals not blowing teams out. They haven't been aesthetically pleasing. 0-3 at home this season. It's the longest home losing streak for them going back to 2019. So they have not been a good home team. Is that ready to change? They've won 3 of 4. Are they playing better football, or is it opponent base for them? We know the Eagles have had their issues. Jalen Hurts, who is kind of at the top of a lot of things here. If you want to get to the top, you got to have Jalen Hurts. We all know that. He is very important for this offense to really be the best version of itself. Dan Orlovsky was on the Dominic Foxworth podcast, and he has been a guy who's really broke down this Eagles offense over the last couple of years with Jalen Hurts. Now, Foxworth started the conversation off by saying that I don't know if it's a new rule. Is it a new rule that happened here? Mosher and I kind of agree that they didn't change the rule, that maybe they just kind of, and I actually brought this up to McMullen earlier today. He also said they did not change the rule.
Yeah, so it's a reinforcement of an existing rule that just was never enforced strictly previously. You saw it on Friday night, that opening night versus the Packers, and the rest of that first weekend. The NFL now is aggressively enforcing this man down the field rule.
So Dominic Foxworth believes that the Eagles' RPO has not been the same since this happened.
The reason why Jalen Hurts is not the same last year or this year and will likely never be the same again is because the rule change on the illegal man downfield eliminated the RPO, which was the centerpiece of everything that they did in Philadelphia.
So he thinks this rule change, it's not really a change. It's maybe more of that they're putting more emphasis is the word I'm looking for on that.
Really quick, because I remember one of the games they showed so what they've been doing in some of the games is they're showing that box, right? It's like how many yards the offensive lineman can go. And Chris Collins, with the one of the Sunday night games, was saying, look at this guy. He's 10 yards down the field. He's not even close to the range that offensive linemen are supposed to be in. Yeah,
well, we've all seen this the last couple of years, right? And you just keep thinking, like, man, they are down the field. Like, they keep calling this. And it's something that you basically are like, these offensive linemen are in a tough spot with these RPOs. They never know when to kind of, go here. So let's get to some of the other stuff here. This is courtesy of the Dominic Foxworth Show podcast. And he says, so this was something that was so unique to Hurts because of his skill set that the Eagles can no longer do.
It was kind of the crux on which everything was built for Jalen Hurts to be successful. And since they changed the rules so you could not cheat, essentially, they were allowing offensive linemen to be 5 and 10 yards downfield, and then the quarterback could still throw the damn ball. Now that you can't cheat anymore, now Jalen Hurts has had his secret weapon taken away from him.
So what is he talking about here? Hey, he's saying essentially that the offensive lineman could go down the field 5 yards to give the illusion that they were going to run the ball, and then the linebackers step up to try to take away the run, and here come the Eagles receivers kind of sneaking in behind these linebackers, and that throw is there because the linebackers think there's a run coming, and they're now getting gobbled up by Jason Kelsey and Landon Dickerson and whoever's playing right guard for the Eagles at that time. And that basically he's saying, look, they're cheating. Like, you're deceiving the linebackers. So Dan Orlovsky, ESPN, he gave an example of how the Eagles used this to their benefit in 2022.
Way that Philadelphia ran it, their double teams would be so far downfield. I just remember like the San Francisco game and being like, dude, they are double teaming the defensive tackle. He's 5 yards downfield. And then Jalen can still throw the slant behind it.
All right. So he's saying there's a lot of, examples of where the Eagles could use this RPO, this run RPO in 2022, and that they're getting guys open because the defense is being deceived by the linemen thinking that it's a run. Now, if this is the case, Dominic Foxworth says that explains the lack of growth and that he now believes that he has regressed because of this.
I feel like we've gotten to that point for Jalen Hurts. And part of it is because they took the RPO away, but like you got to grow and you got to learn, you got to expand and add something to your game. And it doesn't seem that he's been able to do that. And I don't know, I've kind of lost a bit of confidence in the fact that I don't know that he's ever going to be a top of the league quarterback again.
That's pretty big right there. I don't know that he'll ever be a top of the league guy again because of the fact that he leaned so heavily on this particular play. the RPO, the run-pass option, with the pass being used when the defense believed you were running because your offensive line was showing run. That's a big, big factor here because we have seen the Eagles get called for illegal man downfield a lot more in the last 2 years than we did at any time in the past. It kept happening.
So my first question I want to ask you off of that, Mike, is if Jalen Hurts has not evolved or grown or developed since this became an issue, who do we blame more for that? I mean, is that Hurts just not having the ability or awareness to grow? Is that the coaches not having the mental dexterity to help Hurts grow beyond this?
Well, I mean, I think we all just take for granted that the coaches they got to be able to, look, this isn't what if they're saying, man, he was good at this RPO, now this is a problem, and now we're finding out that he's not able to do much else. Like, that was a play that he really excelled at. It gave us the ability to use the middle of the field more, and it's something Dan Orlovsky explained as to why Hurts losing this RPO is bad for this Eagles offense.
Taking away the RPO for him was like taking away the mid-range elbow jumper for Kobe. I hear all the time of like, this guy wants to get to his spot, and then once he can get to his spot, it opens up everything else. It's like that for their offense and specific to Jalen. Like, if the RPO is working, everything else is going to be, easier because you're simplifying what defenses can do. You're making them play more hesitant and slower and more in doubt.
So he goes basketball. Hey, you get guys who like to find their spots on the court, and that's where they excel. And then if you take that spot away, okay, you're not the same player. So basically this RPO, he had a bunch of plays in the playbook that he liked and felt comfortable with, and now you've taken them away, and you're like, well, those are the plays that I really excelled with. So even if the coach is saying, okay, we're going to work other plays in, that doesn't mean that he's going to excel at those plays the way he excelled at the ones that he was really, really good at.
So then really this is an indictment of Hurts then, because Hurts...
I don't think you look at it any other way. I mean, I could be a basketball coach and say, I want you to shoot threes until, all night long, and I want you to be a three-point shooter. And if you're just not a good three-point shooter, or you're not there, like, I might say that's what I want you to be. I might say as the coach, I want you to be able to throw a 7-yard in or a slant, and that might not be what he's just ever good at. So, yeah, I think it's an indictment on him.
Because I just feel like when I'm hearing these guys talk about this, and I'm thinking
to me, this is some eye-opening stuff, by the way.
And I'm thinking back in my mind to different games the last couple of years. Is that part of the reason why he's holding the ball so long? Because he doesn't, I hate saying this way, but does he not know what to do?
Listen, I go back to something that our old buddy Barrett Brooks used to say on this show a lot. He told us the story about when he played for the Eagles and John Gruden was the coordinator. Bobby Hoying was the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And he said Bobby Hoying, John Gruden would tell Bobby Hoying what to do and where to throw it, and the play would be open. And he would listen, and he had 8 touchdowns and 0 interceptions to start his career. And the Eagles felt that they had this franchise quarterback. He had 8 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. It was awesome. By the way, I think Bobby Hoying was the quarterback in a game that they tied the Bengals, if memory serves. That being said, the next year, Gruden moves on, and Dana Bible is now the offensive coordinator. Well, Barrett says Dana Bible didn't tell Bobby Hoying where to throw the ball. Bobby Hoying showed that he didn't know what to do. We might be at a point where you're going down that road, where you have Hurts saying, hey, we had a play that worked all the time, and now you're taking that play away. I'm not sure what to do now.
Which then brings me back to my other question I've asked you in the past, Mike, here.
Which almost seems inconceivable for what we've been told about this kid.
Right, which is part of what my question is, which is, were we not told how coachable he is, how hard of a worker he is, how much of a person he likes to work and grow and develop, and he's a football fanatic, he's a football junkie, and he's a coach's son. So how do you go from all of that to a guy who could only run one style of football? I feel like there's a disconnect there, right?
Yes and no. I mean, we just assume that everybody can be taught stuff. I could tell you something 50 times, and you might just be like, I just can't do it. It's not what I'm good at. I think we've had many examples of that in our lives where it's like, hey, do it this way or try it this way. And you're like, that's just not the way. I think we just all assume these guys are professionals and they should just figure it out. Do it. I'm telling you, I'm teaching you. And he's saying, no, that's not something I'm comfortable with right now.
So then my other question would be, because you mentioned about Gruden with Hoying. So there are only 2 coaches who have ever gotten the best years of Hurts's career out of him.
Well, and I would ask this question. I asked John this morning on his show because I was a guest on there, and I said, do we think that Shane Steichen was telling Bob Hurts, hey, this is where the play is going to be. Go there.
It's certainly possible.
And that, I mean, see, and I think Kellen Moore has a very good reputation, has had number 1 offenses in this league. I have a hard time thinking that this is on him more than he has things that he'd like to do that he doesn't have the player that can do it.
Well, and it's interesting you said that because remember, what was one of the conversations we had coming into this year? Was it not Hurts wants to call the protections? Hurts was to have more of a say in the offense, right? Didn't we hear that a million times? Kelsey, he was calling the protections. Now Hurts gets to do it. They're building in hot routes. And so it helped Hurts deal with the blitz, right? We heard all of those things for months, and now we're seeing maybe a quarterback who maybe he needs somebody else to help him with that stuff.
Either that or he wants to be in control to mask some of his deficiencies in his mind. But now by him being in control, he's showing more of the deficiencies because he's leaning and crutching to the things that he feels that he can do well.
Right. It's like somebody who says, I know all of my weaknesses. Like it's like a fighter, right? It's like a boxer or MMA fighter who says, I have these strengths and these weaknesses, and I'm going to focus on those. And the coach trying to tell him, dude, you're not seeing the whole picture because let me show you. And then the guy goes to the fight and gets knocked out.
Dan Orlovsky says, if you cue up this one, the Eagles' offense really, what their pass game has become is an A.J. Brown-centric pass game.
That's why they line up in 2x2 and just throw the ball to AJ. That's really all they're capable of doing right now, pass game wise. AJ run a stop route, AJ run a slant. You know, that's in 22. There was a beauty of it because I felt like that was the auxiliary to their offense, their second thing. Now it's their main and or only thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's horrible.
That's not good if that's their main and or only thing is, hey, our pass game is so elementary right now that the one thing we can do is just say 2x2, go down the field, hope to get one-on-one coverage, throw it up in the air. And listen, he's made some really nice throws. He's put some balls in some great places for AJ to go get them. The touchdown pass last week on 4th and 3, you couldn't throw it any better. You couldn't have handed it to him any better. So he has made the throws. The throwing and the accuracy and those things haven't been the issue. It's almost everything else.
Right.
Because a lot of times we say, man, this guy's not accurate enough. He doesn't have a strong enough arm. You know, all of those things are things that plague guys who kind of fall into a mediocre category. Their lack of consistency, the lack of ability, you know, to throw the ball into a spot, lead a guy. He can throw the ball to the spot. He can throw and get this podcast conversation today was an eye-opener.
That comment he just made reminds me a little bit of, remember in Minnesota in the early 2000s, it was Dante Culpepper to Randy Moss, right? And Culpepper was putting up some like crazy statistical numbers, right? And then as soon as he didn't have Randy Moss anymore, it was like he got kryptonited and got lost all of his superpowers to Culpepper. Now, the injury to the shoulder didn't help. I understand that. But it was a legitimate drop-off from, I got Randy Moss, I don't have Randy Moss. And
well, I think that would be many people.
Well, I mean, Tom Brady was good with and without Randy Moss. You know, the quarterbacks who are good in this league, because Dominique said he'll never be an elite quarterback again.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts.
Well, and I don't know that we ever thought that Jalen Hurts was in the Tom Brady range or anybody.
Well, he was the
frankly.
MVP runner-up.
Yeah, but there's MVP runner-ups, and then there's perennial MVP runners-up. You know, you get flash in the pans, and people start to figure you out a lot.
But didn't we believe he was going to be a perennial guy after what we saw in 2022?
I think we were hopeful.
Just hopeful?
Yeah, I said it a lot. The Eagles were in a horrible spot, having to pay him money. I wouldn't have paid him that money. There's no way I would have. I mean, listen, I get it. You're a business. This is what the business says you have to do. But if you took the business element out of it and took all of that away, there's no way I was paying him that money in that time spot. He did not show enough. That one season is not a big enough resume. You have to do something to get the money he got paid, $250+ million, the biggest contract in the history of football. You don't get the biggest contract in the history of football off of 1 year of production. That's what's wrong with sports. To allow that to happen, you need your head examined. But that's what the game is. That's what sports are now. All these people need their head examined. We all need our heads examined. Sports fans in general are Looney Tunes for allowing it to get to that point. There is nobody in their right mind, if we were doing this fair and arbitrarily, would say, yes, you've done enough in your career to earn that contract. There's no way.
I understand that. But also, I will remind folks, part of the reason why they gave him that contract was also because he was not a first-round pick. So they didn't have the extra year to play
Right, but that's
around
my
with.
point is he had a contract that was well below market value for how he played in that season.
Correct.
And they're saying, well, you got to give him a raise because he outperformed the second-round deal that he originally signed.
Right.
So the Eagles, instead of waiting and disrespecting the guy to some point, saying, hey, we're going to pay you, what, $430,000? I don't know what the second-round guy gets. I think it was like $430,000 for that first that last year of that first deal. They said, we will take care of you, because there was some talk that, well, he can't come back and play on that deal, so that you had to approach him before the deal expired and pay him because he wasn't going to play under that number because he outperformed that contract. But there could have been a happy medium and say, listen, your first year here, you didn't play at a $250 million evaluation.
So his initial rookie deal was a 4-year, $6 million deal.
Yeah, so what was he getting paid in that last year of the deal he was going to make?
He would have been scheduled to make a base salary of $1 million, and he would have had a cap hit of $6 million.
Okay, so he was going to make about $1 million. So it turned into, well, you can't pay the guy $1 million after the year he just had. He was runner-up in the MVP. Guess
Right.
what? Guess who's paying that money? San Francisco. They're saying, I don't care. Finish the deal out, and then we'll talk.
Right.
You know? But the Eagles did a nice organizational thing. They approached him and said, look, we're going to redo your deal. But I said all along that year, there's no reason to believe that this is the player he's going to be for the rest of his career now. He didn't earn a 200. What is he getting paid now? I keep saying 250. I want to make sure I'm in the ballpark.
So his contract is, I'm trying to find the exact.
When he signed the deal, he had the largest contract in the history of the game.
So he has $179.4 million guaranteed of the $255 million. The 255 is the number you're referencing as the biggest number at the
It was the
time.
biggest contract.
The biggest total.
Yes.
But the guaranteed money is not 255. It's 179.4.
Yeah, but whatever he got, 5-year, $255 million. He is not a 5-year, $255 million contract player when he signed that deal.
Right.
The team was put in a spot where they had to basically approach him because he outperformed the $1 million that he was getting, that he was scheduled to get paid for last season.
Right, the final year of his rookie deal.
Exactly. So instead of paying him $1 million in the last year of his rookie deal, they ripped that up and gave him this extension.
Right, because what they did was, if those don't remember, he had a $23 million at signing. So basically, it was, hey, here's $23 million up front. Good job.
Yeah, so that's where I said the Eagles were in a terrible spot, having to make a decision. Are you the guy from 2021 or are you the guy from 2022? They didn't say, listen, let's come up to an in-between agreement and go off of that for like a 2-year run and see what you look like 2 years down the road, and then we'll give you the 250 or even more because contracts are going up and up and up. And if you play well enough, you'll get on that level. Instead, they paid him for one season, 2022, and they did not include 2021 in their evaluation.
Now, I will say, is there maybe a little bit of hope for this reason, Mike? We know that when Jared Goff was with the Rams, Sean McVay told him what to do a lot. That was documented that, as long as McVay was in his ear up before the snap, they were fine. But when they cut them off at the 12-second mark of the play clock, that's when Goff had problems. That's why teams started waiting later and later to show their cards. And that Goff now has become a more evolved and well-balanced quarterback without McVay in Detroit.
Maybe.
So maybe is there hope that Hurts can evolve into a better quarterback?
Sure. If you're somebody who's hopeful and you're seeing this and you're hopeful that he can grow and become a better player, I think he has the skill set to do it. It's very concerning, though. It sounds like, look, this was a basic part of the game that you were able to do, and now that's been taken away, and anything else you're really having some troubles with, that's not good.
I mean, maybe Hurts needs to just change how he looks at the game or something, because I think of like a pitcher who has an arm injury and he has to change how he pitches, right? He can't just throw gas anymore.
Yeah, Frank Tanana.
There you go.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. It's the Eagles and the Bengals this weekend right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can hear all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick on your home for Eagles football, 97.3 ESPN. John McMullen's going to join us as the Eagles getting ready to take on this Bengals team that's won 3 out of 4. They have not won a home game this year. A couple text messages before we get to John. Colin LBI says, I've been saying this about Hurts for a year now. He's an RPO quarterback that has a good deep ball, and I think Steichen was giving Hurts a lot of help and answers in the headset. It's a possibility. Look, I think Jalen Hurts played, we talked about this all the time. In 2022, he's seemingly made the right read every time. He gave it, he kept it, he pulled it, he threw it every time. It seemed like, man, this guy, maybe now we know why. Maybe it was crystal clear when you got linebackers getting doubled and receivers running wide open behind them. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mike, doesn't every team use some form of deception? Just seems like everybody wants Jalen to fail. No, I don't think anybody wants Jalen, or you shouldn't want Jalen to fail. That would be terrible. But does every team use some form of deception? Yeah, legal deception. Play action, naked bootlegs, stuff that this is something that you're just not allowed to do. And teams have got it taken away from them. You can't. And the Eagles were one of the teams that were out ahead of doing it because of who their quarterback was. All right, coming up, John McMullen, Birds 365. He'll dive into this topic a little bit more with us on Jalen Hurts. It's more Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SBLive.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use, at Doyle's Poorhouse in Tuckerton for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak. No.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. It's the season opener for the Sixers tonight as they take on the Milwaukee Bucks at home. Center Joel Embiid will not play tonight. In fact, he could miss the next 3 as he manages his knee for the upcoming season. Philadelphia will also be without forward Paul George. He suffered a bone bruise and a hyperextended knee last week in a preseason game against the Atlanta Hawks. Catch tonight's opener right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers are in Washington for a matchup with the Capitals. The two teams played Tuesday night in Philadelphia, so this will complete the home and home. Flyers losing that contest 4-1. Travis Sanheim scored Philadelphia's only goal. Flyers have now lost 5 straight. Catch tonight's action against the Capitals on our sister station, Rock 104.1. The Eagles on the road Sunday. They'll take on Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Philadelphia sitting at 4-2 with the second best rushing offense in the NFL, led by Saquon Barkley, who's 3rd in the league in rushing. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Towns for New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Temperatures will take a noticeable step downward tomorrow. Another big blustery cool down arrives this weekend. Still little to no rain anytime soon. Partly cloudy skies tonight. Maybe an isolated shower, but nothing more than that. Low temperature dips to 57. Clouds will give way to sunshine tomorrow. Breezy and cooler, we only make it to 66. Friday looks sunny and seasonable with a high of 64. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
You're listening to the Sports Bag with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Taking away the RPO for him was like taking away the mid-range elbow jumper for Kobe. I hear all the time of like, this guy wants to get to his spot. And then once he can get to his spot, it opens up everything else. It's like that for their offense and specific to Jalen. Like if the RPO is working, everything else is going to be, easier because you're simplifying what defenses can do. You're making them play more hesitant and slower and more in doubt.
Dan Orlovsky on the Dominic Foxworth podcast. And, of course, he's talking about Jalen Hurts and that RPO that has kind of been taken away, it seems anyway, that it's kind of been something that is not a big part of this offense, the pass part of it anyway. Actually, all of it. He doesn't run like he used to in the RPO. All of it seems to be taken away. So if you take that away, what is this Eagles pass offense? We'll talk to John McMullen from Birds 365 and Sports Illustrated coming up in just a couple of minutes here. He's getting off the practice field at the NovaCare Complex as the Eagles finishing up practice today. I told you earlier in the hour there was a couple players not at practice today, and they included Zach Baun as one of the guys that was not out there at practice today. So no Zach Baun, no Mekhi Becton, and, of course, the other one was Goddard. Dalek Goddard is not out there on the practice field as well. By the way, former Eagle linebacker, I guess, was he a former Eagles linebacker if he actually never played a snap in a regular season game? Devin White signed today with the Houston Texans, so he'll go down to Houston, get a chance to play for D'Amico Ryans. You've got Mekhi Becton and Zach Baun out at practice. Darius Slay practicing. I think Baun is an interesting one. What happens if he was unable, and I don't know what's wrong with him. We'll talk to John in a couple minutes here. If Baun can't go, what happens then? Is that a Jeremiah Trotter, opportunity? Ben Van Sumeren, who's been playing fullback on the offensive side of the ball, is that something where he would get those reps and get those linebacking steps? I think Zach Baun has played pretty well. I mean, we're not talking a whole heck of a lot about the linebackers. They haven't been that big of a problem. Dallas Goedert, by the way, the other guy who did not practice today, they've been going with Grant Calcaterra in that spot. They did sign Jack Driscoll to the active roster from the practice squad. So I guess Driscoll will be the backup, in case he's just kind of a swing tackle, can play guard and tackle. So you bring Driscoll back. He was a guy that was with the Dolphins, I think, in training camp. They released him. The Eagles brought him back. So there you go. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Nick Sirianni, by the way, spoke earlier today. And, one of the things he talked about was A.J. Brown and the pass game and the ability to kind of get him going. Well, he has a receiving touchdown in each of the 3 games he has played in this year. So we talk about trying to figure out what this offense is. When you don't have A.J. Brown in week 2, 3, and 4, it takes a big chunk of your offense away. But I will say, the problem last week, and I don't know what to make of it. What if the Eagles threw the ball 25 times? Is Jalen Hurts 20 of 25? He did throw the ball 14 times. He ended up getting sacked another 4 times. So they did drop back to pass more. I think the one thing that frustrates me with the offense is it seems that Jalen Hurts did something really well. And even if you take, these teams were not going to keep letting you do the same thing. You've got to be able to do more than what you do in your one great year. That's why some of these guys, there's a lot of history of great guys, or I don't want to say great guys who had great years. Remember Josh Freeman? Josh Freeman was a guy who played quarterback for the Buccaneers, okay? You might not even remember the guy. He was such a flash in the pan. But he did have one really good season where that team went 10-6. He threw for 3,400 yards. He had 25 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. And then he just kind of fell apart. He had the one really, really good year. And that's the point. If you were paying him based on that one year, you would not be happy with the results of what happened after. Because the next year in Tampa, he went 4-11. He threw 22 interceptions. The following year in Tampa, they went 7-9. He threw for over 4,000 yards. He had 27 touchdowns, but he threw 17 interceptions. So he had a problem turning the ball over. He turned the ball over, 39 times in 2 seasons. 39 interceptions over a 2-year span. That's no good. Can't win like that. And then, he was out of the league. He was gone. He never won another game after 2012. 2013, 0-4, 2013, 0-3. And then he went to Minnesota. The Bucs released him. And I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is going down this road because he's not turning the ball, throwing the interceptions at nearly the same rate. But I can understand when you're watching or listening to this podcast and these guys are saying, I'm a little concerned. Let's hear from Chip and Lewis. He says, Mike and Josh, I understand and appreciate the negative impact on Jalen and the offense from the loss of the RPO. But that still does not explain Jalen's continuing to miss wide-open receivers right in front of him on the field. Saquon wide open on the wheel route to his left. Devontae crossing on the left on 3rd and 3. I'm afraid Jalen will never be a top 5 to 7 quarterback again.
So part of that is something that if you've ever watched like Baldy's breakdowns or Greg Cosell from NFL Films, they use the term like predetermined throws, where a quarterback will go into a play and they already know where they're going to go. So, for example, if you talk about when Devonta Smith was wide open crossing on that 3rd down in the last game, right? That's one of the big talked about points. Well, part of that is because if the quarterback is sitting there saying, no matter what, I got a guy that I'm going to go to, that means he's not seeing the guy, he's purposely only going to one player.
Yeah, it's a preconceived notion of where, or predetermined read of what I'm going to do with the ball. And look, I've never played quarterback at that level or any level really. It just it moves fast. I got to imagine it's moving fast back there. And
Dan Orlovsky always says, if you ever watch his breakdowns that he shares on his social media accounts, he talks about how he said, there's quarterbacks who throw the ball based on what they see, and there are quarterbacks who throw the ball based on what they expect to happen. So, if you're a quarterback who's throwing the ball based on what you expect to happen, and what you expect to happen doesn't happen, you know what I mean? It's a problem.
Yeah. More text messages here. Scott in Ventnor says, Mike, is there a chance he's injured? I cringe every time the tush push results in Jalen being crushed by 1,500 pounds of defensive linemen. Time to tush push with Saquon. Scott in Ventnor. Yeah, I mean, is there a chance he's injured? I don't know what that would do to affect him reading the offense, the defense, what the defense is giving him, though.
I think maybe the question is he playing? Is he having these issues because he's injured? And maybe because he's injured, he might be overthinking or maybe something.
The one thing I will say is everything he's doing right now looks like it's in slow motion.
Yeah.
He looks slow running. He looks slow to make decisions. Everything just looks like he's in slow motion. And then every once in a blue moon, he'll bust a running like, oh, where's that been? And then it goes away. It just seems like everything is in slow motion, that he's processes in slow motion. He's seeing things in slow motion. He's reading things in slow motion. Everything just seems slow. Let me go to Bob in Williamstown. He says, I spent 20 years down in South Carolina watching the SEC, so I followed Jalen Hurts' career with Alabama, and that's why Nick Saban took Jalen Hurts out of the championship game, because he was not an accurate passer, so he put Tua in and they won the game. He does not know how to go through progressions with his receivers. It was the same way with Alabama, because the Alabama has so many wide receivers. He got away with it because they ran that RPO, and they run it a lot. They got a lot of talent down there. Well, this team has a ton of wide receivers too.
Yeah, and I would push back on that by saying, then why did Jalen have such an amazing year at Oklahoma if he's completely incapable? Because again, at Alabama, he was one quarterback. He got to Oklahoma, he was second to Heisman Trophy voting. He had a high completion percentage at Oklahoma. Now, if you want to say it's because he was doing a lot of, getting the ball out of his hands quickly kind of plays, well, then why can't he do that at the NFL level?
Yeah, and I don't it's interesting. Do we view, he's saying he was not an accurate passer. Do we view him as a not an accurate thrower of the football? Like, is he missing guys? Is he throwing high? Is he throwing wide? Not necessarily. Like, his NFL, completion percentage, like this year, he completes 67% of his passes, which is, in today's NFL, like 67, 65, somewhere around there. You're cooking with gas.
I pulled it back up. So Jalen Hurts led all of FBS college football in completion percentage in 2019, Mike, with Oklahoma.
Yeah,
he
I was
had
going to say,
he had a 69.7 completion percentage, and he had the most touchdowns in the Big 12 that year with 32 passing TDs.
The notion that he's not an accurate passer, I feel like that's just assumed. That it's not a accurate depiction.
Is it assumed because people look at him as a mobile quarterback?
Yeah, I think it's always, it's like, hey, he's a running quarterback. He's not, he doesn't know how to read defenses, he doesn't go through his progressions, all that kind of stuff. You hear that all the time. I think it's just a way to knock a guy for him not being the prototypical quarterback that you envision. I mean, Jalen Hurts right now is 9th in the league in completion percentage. I mean, he is tied with Patrick Mahomes with 67.8. Patrick Mahomes is 67.9.
And Mahomes has more turnovers, actually, this year than Hurts does.
Yeah, he has 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Hurts has 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Lamar Jackson is 68%. Geno Smith is 68%. Derek Carr is 70. Burrow is 70. Mayfield is 70. Jared Goff is 73. And Jaden Daniels is 75. That's the top right now. So Hurts is better than Cousins, Stafford, Darnold, Levis, Stroud, Murray, Dalton, Fields, Flacco, Minch. I mean, you name it. He's a more accurate thrower of the football than almost every other quarterback outside of Mahomes, Jackson, and then the guys at the top who are playing out of their minds right now.
Right, like Goff is playing at a historic level right now in Detroit.
Yeah, so I don't view Jalen as a guy who's just not accurate. I think he's missing. I think he's missing things.
I like the point you made about the processing, Mike, because it seems like he's just moving in like molasses at times. Like
slow motion.
It's like it's almost to the point where it's like if I was to hang out with Jalen Hurts and he said, "Hey, I'll drive," I would say no because I would be worried that I don't know if his reaction time is good enough if we're driving.
Yeah, I just look at a guy and I feel, man, everything is just moving so slow. I don't understand why he looks like everything he's doing is in slow motion.
And again, if you go back to what he did at Oklahoma, a lot of those plays were predicated on just getting the ball out of your hands as quickly as possible. Now, I don't know if you can do that in the NFL, Mike, because we know in college.
Well, we've seen teams do it against Philadelphia. I mean, Tampa Bay crushed them on that.
Sure.
And you go look at the.
That's a great point by you, Snake. Can we hit that real quick?
Well,
Tampa,
just real quick.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield completes 70% of his passes.
Right. So.
And he's throwing the ball 234 times, which, let me see, I believe it looks like it is the 5th most pass attempts. So he's not, he's completing 70% of his passes, and he's thrown the ball the 5th most. That's how accurate Mayfield has been.
So you mentioned Mayfield. Where did Mayfield have his best years in college?
Oklahoma.
And where did Jalen Hurts have the best year in college?
Well, we all know that
Lincoln Riley
is very well regarded as.
So if I'm the Eagles, do you maybe just go look at what Jalen Hurts and Baker Mayfield did in college, what Baker Mayfield is doing now, and try to bridge that gap?
Well, I definitely think that one of the problems that this team has is they have 4 guys really in the pass game that they have to try. Well, if you want to throw Dotson in there, if you like what, still have any hope for him, I don't know that Hurts is the guy that's spreading the ball around. He seemingly is like, hey, I trust Brown, I trust Smith, and I don't really trust anybody else. And if I don't trust you, I'm not going to throw it to you. Like that's the problem that I see now is he's lacked trust in some of these other guys, and then he just won't throw them the ball. So I don't know. This obviously it is. I think it's fair to have some concern. I do. I think it's fair to say, hey, and I ask this question a lot. Have we seen the best of Jalen Hurts? And if that's the case, this team's in some trouble.
Big trouble.
We can't have already seen the best of them, but I fear that we have. 5:46, this hour is brought to you, of course, by our friends over at Bet365. I'll have the Bet365 play of the day. I have no idea how I did last night. I know Anthony Davis got me 10 boards. The rest of the stuff, I know Brunson, I think, came up short. because they got pulled out of that game. I think he didn't get the 5 assists last night. We'll tally that up, and I got some more plays for you for tonight's games here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Free ball, he rattles it in. Kelly Oubre with his third three. Maxey with the dish.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, get ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night, the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. What did we do last night? Hold up. Go ahead.
You split the difference, Mike. You went 2-2. Brunson fell short of the assists. LeBron fell short of the points. But Anthony Edwards did get the over on the rebounds. And Anthony Davis had the rebounds for the end of the third quarter.
Anthony Edwards and Anthony Davis. Sorry.
You had both of them rebounds.
Yep. I just heard Anthony and thought you were like, wait a second, what does that mean? But Anthony Edwards and Anthony Davis. Yeah, okay. All right, I got a couple more for you tonight. Andre Drummond, double-double for the Sixers tonight. He's starting in place of Joel Embiid. He'll probably get 10 and 20 tonight. He's one of those double-double guys. Whenever he gets the minutes, he'll get the double-double. So I like Drummond for the double-double tonight. Gary Trent Jr., playing against the Sixers, over 1.5 three-pointers in the game tonight. He's done it 6 straight times against the Sixers. He's had 2 or more threes. And I'm going to go Paolo Banchero, over 7.5 rebounds tonight against Miami. That Orlando team, very good. Banchero, over 7.5 rebounds is my play in that game. I also kind of like Durant for over 1.5 threes, but I'm not going to put that on the play sheet for tonight. There you go. That is my Bet365 plays of the day.
If Drummond does get a double-double, can the Sixers win?
I got a shot to win. Look, it's a good team. Not having George and Embiid, it's not like last year where if Embiid didn't play, they were a disaster.
Right.
They're a good team, even as constructed. I mean, remember, Drummond's an all-star level player. When he's a starter, he's a very good player. But they went and got Martin, and they got more offensive firepower with Gordon off the bench. They're more equipped to be able to not go through long spells of not scoring. So, all right, that's about it for me.
Who guards Giannis, by the way?
Probably Caleb Martin. Yeah, it's not a great matchup for them. I mean, it used to be Tobias.
It's crazy to think.
Thankfully, no Tobias today.
That's
your 365 play of the day.
That's the real winner from Bet365.
That's the
no
Bet365.
Tobias Harris.
All right, coming up tomorrow, we're live at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City. We'll be back there. Johnny Mac's back tomorrow. We got football at 4. Casey Joyner, One Thought every game. We'll have the bets from Jeff Nadeau. I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash. You got game night followed by 76ers and Milwaukee Bucks right here on 97.3 ESPN. Over on our sister station, Rock 104.1, it is the Flyers and the Capitals. Have a great night, everybody.
The World Series on ESPN Radio.
This is the greatest October rivalry in baseball history.
It's a star-studded showdown between